Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting. If you could just take a moment and silence your cell phones, and please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We don't have any proclamations tonight. I do want to announce that item A under the public hearings agenda is withdrawn, which is the Rock Hill Road proposal.
Esther, would it be possible for me to make a statement before we go into the consent agenda?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to say that before I came into the meeting, the previous meeting, I came in with every intention of saying something and or saying, anyhow, making a statement that I never got around to making. So therefore, I would like to make that statement tonight. I regret that during our last meeting, I didn't publicly voice my support for Buncombe County Sheriff Quentin Miller's policy on ICE cooperation and detention. This is exactly the kind of leadership I expected from our new sheriff, and I applaud him in this effort.
Okay. So the first actionable item on here is our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda, or any questions about the consent agenda from council?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to call out, I can't find it. Anyway, we are approving I think it's an amendment to our contract with Buncombe County to support a low-income weatherization program. Oh, I can't find it, but it's here. Item G. And just wanted to point out to council and everyone else that this is the second year of this grant, and this is part of our ongoing the Blue Horizons project, which is the outgrowth of the Energy Innovation Task Force that this council approved now, I guess, 3 years ago. So just wanted to again thank the city for continuing to support that.
Also, maybe you want to make a motion while you're at it?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Is there anyone wishing to comment on the motion to adopt the consent agenda? Yes, sir. Please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes to comment, which is true throughout the evening. And watch the lights on the lectern. They'll let you know when your time is up. You also hear a buzzing sound.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Paul Martin, and I'm here to comment on item N, the Adventist Health Physician Service contract with the city. I was the physician and medical director for the city of Asheville for 22 years, from 1996 until November of this past year. I'm board certified in family medicine, addiction medicine, fellowship trained in occupational medicine. Occupational medicine is that specialty that specifically treats injuries and illnesses that occur at work. About 7 to 8 years ago, the city council decided it would be a good idea to review contracts every 3 years that were outsourced and put them out for bid again. That happened about 3 years ago, and I did win that bid. And in late October, 2 HR representatives came to the office and informed me that my contract was being terminated and that a request for proposal, an RFP, would be published the following day, which I could apply for. I chose not to apply. But I did inform them that as president of the Southeastern Atlantic College of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, which is made up of the occupational physicians in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, that there were very, very few physicians qualified to do this job well. Despite this, no advertising for the RFP was done in any of the venues frequented by physicians, including our Regional Medical Society Job Board, our State Medical Society Job Board, or the Occupational Medicine Society listservs that I'm a member of. The only applicant for this position was Park Ridge, the Fletcher Hospital. And despite this, the RFP was closed after 2 weeks. The RFP document itself received absolutely no input from anyone in health services, nor in workers' comp. The original review committee that was going to select the applicants, had no representation from health services until I objected to the assistant city manager, and then someone was seated on that committee. It would be unthinkable to recruit a fire chief or a police chief without input from their department and other departments, but it seems that that broad-based input was not a concern for the city physician. The RFP specifically required working knowledge of the medical standards for firefighters, more than 200 firefighters. It required knowledge of the national and state standards for our over 200 police officers. It required national certification for our over 200 employees requiring CDL licenses, commercial driver's licenses. The Park Ridge provider does not meet any of these and did not meet them at the time. Additionally, the city has a drug testing program which requires review by a certified medical review officer. The Park Ridge doctor is not certified. So what we have...
So if you have your written comments, you can hand them to the clerk, and she can hand them around to us. And I don't know that we're terribly equipped to deal with what you're talking. I mean, well, this is on our consent agenda. I recognize
so what I'm asking for is that the agenda be pulled and reviewed further.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm happy to amend my motion to pull off item N. For further review.
Do we have any staff here that could help us understand whether or not this is an item that can be pulled from the agenda and postponed or not?
We'll have Peggy Rowe.
Okay.
Peggy Rowe, Interim Assistant City Manager, Mayor, and Council members. It certainly could be. We've been under a temporary agreement with Park Ridge up until now. We did do an RFP, and we did invite Dr. Martin to participate in the RFP, and he declined to do so. We have engaged with what I believe and what our staff believes is a good provider of the services that we need for our employees. It includes not only the physician who's on site, but also other services that are provided by Park Ridge. So I don't think it's necessary to pull it, but if there's more information that would help you make that decision, then we're happy to come back and provide that. Thank you.
And Mary, if we are going to pull it, as Peggy suggested, we would want you to direct us as to what additional information you need. Do you want us to clarify the process? We just need clarification as to what the expectations are for us.
Well, yeah. Why don't we see if there's anyone else who wants to comment on the motion to approve the consent agenda? Anybody else? There's a lot of people here, but not on this. Okay. It is not City Council's practice to get into the RFPs on these kinds of services other than to approve them as part of the consent agenda. I don't know what direction we would offer the manager, since this isn't something that we typically work on. So I'll leave it to others. If the staff has looked at this and they feel comfortable with the bid and the service that is anticipated under the contract, I trust the staff to make that decision. So I'm not sure what else we would be asking for. Go ahead. Jay.
Oh no, I should agree with you on this.
Do you have any?
No, What did you say, VJ?
I said I agree with the mayor on this, so I'm just.
I didn't have any clarifying questions as a council member. Reading the staff report, I didn't see any adverse cons to not having it on the consent agenda.
So to be clear, just so you know what you're voting on, Julie made a motion, or Councilwoman Mayfield made a motion to approve the consent agenda. That was seconded. Have you amended your motion?
No, she hasn't. We're just having a discussion
Okay,
about
I'm
whether or
just
not there's
trying to
any
make sure
critical
that-
mass here that would be interested in doing that.
Well, there may not be a critical mass, but I guess I'm always concerned when members of the public raise issues and questions that I don't have answers to. So I guess I would be curious to hear some of the answers to the doctor's questions that he has raised, and I'm not suggesting that we do that tonight. I guess that would be the kind of information that I would want. So, you know, if the RFP weren't posted in some of the normal places, why was that? Or and there are some certifications I think that he referenced that at least he thinks that this provider doesn't have. Maybe they do. So just wanting to get a little more information about that.
So one option is to pull this into the Finance HR Committee and have a discussion around those questions, see if you can find out some information about it concerning this contract.
Yeah, or even just an email from staff that addresses the concerns. Did you leave your questions, your comments with us? Yeah, just addresses some of those.
So Julie, if you could withdraw your motion and make a
Yep.
motion to adopt the consent agenda without item N, and we'll refer item N to the Finance HR Committee to look at those issues.
Now I do have a question. I mean, since we're going to do all this, I'll try to make it as short and sweet as possible. Just want to ask Peggy, so we do have adequate services in place at this time?
Yes.
Okay. And they can move forward for a foreseeable future until questions are answered to the satisfaction of council members? Okay, that's all.
All right, so I will withdraw my motion to approve the consent agenda and make a new motion to approve the consent agenda without item N, and ask that the staff provide us some more information about this RFP and the requirements in it and the service that has been suggested that would meet that RFP.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Did you get that, Maggie?
Yes, and is that, did you direct to go to the finance committee or no?
I did not. I'm happy for for the staff to to inform us however you think it makes the most
Via
sense.
memo or
Yeah.
something?
If you want it to, if you think it needs to go to finance, that's fine, but otherwise.
I don't think so. Well, you voted for it.
Okay, that concludes the consent agenda. We have one item under presentation and reports. Okay, I just have to laugh because the clerk is the one who tells me to remind you to turn off your cell phones.
So, as I understand it, the consent agenda needs to be unanimous. So can you pull that off and then vote to do something else with the other item if that was the reason for the no vote, so that the consent agenda needs to pass
I don't know that it's
unanimously?
legally required to be unanimous. It's that it's traditionally to be composed of items that are not
As long as it's a
controversial.
vote, yeah. Doesn't have
But
to
you're
be
feeling, okay. All right, for Sabrina, just because she only has 2 more times with
Thank
us.
you.
All right, round
We're
three.
going to do it again. And
It doesn't have to be unanimous.
so do you want to, what do we want to do? Do we want to,
So I think you have the discretion to pull in off the agenda, and then we vote on that separately.
Yes.
So I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda without item N.
Second.
I guess I
what you
thought that's what
did.
the motion was
That's what you
last
did.
time. Okay,
what
but
she did.
just in case it wasn't already
That's
just
what
like
you did.
I
that.
think that is what we did.
That's what they did.
Yeah. I thought
Megan.
it was. So it's just the
Oh,
consent
so-
agenda minus item N.
Right.
Okay,
So will you vote for it?
well, yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, I guess I would like to
Pay no mind to
register-
this just for a moment.
Register my objection to.
So are you moving, so I guess your objection is to moving in, is to not voting on item N?
Right, I'd like to vote on item N.
Okay, then I think you can, it's been pulled off.
Yeah.
There's going to be a vote on item N.
Well, there
then
No,
it
there
would
won't be a vote on item N.
Okay. there's no
We're just
vote
going
on
to
item
pull it
N.
off. So let's, so technically, since you're the one that voted against the motion, you should ask for us to reconsider the motion. And we will. We will reconsider the motion to adopt the consent agenda minus item N. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Raise your hand. We're just doing it again so that we have a unanimous vote.
Okay,
That's
for
all.
everything except item N.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay, Maggie, we just voted unanimously for the consent agenda minus item N. Any opposed? No. Great.
Okay.
That was just our warm-up. Okay, we have one item under presentations and reports tonight, and that is Do the Right Thing Challenge. And we have Tanya Presha and Kaylee Pierce here with us to make this presentation. Presentations are typically short, non-voting items.
Good evening. I am Tanya Prochet with Asheville City Schools, and I am a co-chair for the Asheville Buncombe National Do the Right Thing, and we want to extend an invitation for City Council to take part in reading and scoring over 2,000 essays this year from Asheville City and Buncombe County Schools, and I present to you Ms. Kaylee Pierce, who is representing Asheville City Schools as an ambassador.
Can you tell us a little bit about the program, what the point is of this
The
program?
Do the Right Thing program serves only middle school students, and it gives 3 writing prompts on solutions for curbing violence within the community or school. It can be fact or fiction. It's a 1-page essay.
Okay.
And we choose 12 winners, 6 from Asheville City Schools, 6 from Buncombe County Schools. Those winners will attend an award ceremony, and it is up to us to pick 2 to represent Asheville and Buncombe at the national level, which is held in July in Washington, D.C. The teacher for that student, the parent, and the student are paid free to go to Washington, D.C. for the national Do the Right Thing, and we're partnered with the Kuwaiti America Foundation. They get to go to the Kuwaiti embassy. They get to meet with their senators to talk about solutions within their community, and they also get their essays published in the U.S. Library of Congress.
Wow.
So it is a really, really big deal, and I have to say that our students have this thing figured out. They have it figured out. And I feel like we should be fostering the solutions for them. They have it all figured out, and I am extremely proud of all of them.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kaylee, and I am a 2018 National Do the Right Thing Ambassador. When I won the Do the Right Thing writing, I was surprised and honored. Do the Right Thing is a part of the national campaign to stop violence. The trip to Washington, D.C. was a great experience. There were several ceremonies, one of which was the introduction of our book to the Library of Congress. I met and became friends with several other kids and learned of their experiences with violence, some of whom first-hand accounts were truly heartbreaking. The campaign and the contest are important because they give kids a voice, an outlet for them to express our problems in our country and in our world.
And so at this time, I sent all of you an email. We would like for you to take the time to donate some time and volunteer and come and read some of the essays on March 21st. We have 2 sessions, 8:30 to 11, and then 1 to 3:30. If you can't give that 3-hour span, I would still extend the invitation for you to come and at least read a couple of the essays. They know more about what's going on in our community than we do, and they have solutions for it. So again, I would extend that invitation for you to sign up and volunteer, and we look forward to seeing you on March 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to begin our public hearings agenda. We're beginning with item B, as item A has been withdrawn. This is a public hearing to permanently close an unopened right-of-way off of Fairfax Avenue, and Chad Bandy is here to talk to us about this item.
Mayor Mannheimer, members of council, thank you this evening. Before you, on the overhead, you see a map of an unnamed alley that is located between the addresses of 700 Haywood Road and 12 Fairfax Avenue. This is the site of the old SunTrust Bank at the corner of Haywood and Fairfax. This particular proposal for closing was brought to us by the new owner of the property, Christopher Meyer. The closing proposal was presented to all city departments and to all local utilities. No objections from those departments or utilities. This closure was also presented to the Multimodal Commission. At that time, the Multimodal Commission did recommend that Mr. Meyer and the West Asheville Presbyterian come to an agreement about use, potential use by the Presbyterian Church of that property. The alley is currently a dead end between the two properties, 12 Fairfax and 700 Haywood Road. It dead ends at the church property. Staff is supportive of this closure and requests the council to support this request. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I saw in the report that we talk a lot about the church's access to their propane tank, but not enough information about the handicap access to the church's fellowship hall.
Correct.
Could you talk more about that?
Yes, my understanding of the situation, the church's fellowship hall is located on the side of their building, which is adjacent to the 700 Haywood Road property. As I understand it, they have accessed that fellowship hall for handicap reasons on that property for a number of years. And I would think that the fear is that ADA access to that church may be limited or restricted if something happens there. So I think that is the concern that is over the access to the fellowship hall.
Mayor, would you mind pointing to that on
Yes.
the map so that people can,
Yes,
in the audience, can understand?
The church is here, and almost immediately at the end of the right-of-way is where the propane tanks are located. And approximately in this area, north of the right-of-way, is where the access to the fellowship hall is. And I think, at least in the past, the access has been in the area of what was the drive-through of the bank. Oops, there's a butter. Oh, thank you. So, as you see, this is the access. The propane tanks are back here, and in this area is where the unopened right-of-way is located. And on the lower picture, the red line represents the center of the unopened right-of-way.
There's a sidewalk there in that top picture.
Yes.
Right alongside of the church where you enter the fellowship hall. Is that sidewalk connected to Haywood?
I think it is, Mayor. Yes. Yes, it is. And you can see that here.
Okay, okay, that's clear to me.
That's
So,
not on- That's a sidewalk, it's not on the church's property or
Yeah.
That is the church's property. That is not a publicly maintained sidewalk.
you can, if you have a pen, you can kind of
Yeah.
see from Haywood Road, you can walk down it.
So the publicly maintained sidewalk, of course, would be along Haywood Road. Privately maintained church property sidewalk is this here.
Okay. And Chad, so right now, well, let me ask it this way. If we close this right-of-way, is there anything at that point preventing that property owner from blocking access to the fellowship hall and to the propane tanks?
To my knowledge, no. My understanding of what is intended, the property owner owns the front parcel and the back parcel. And the intention is to recombine the two parcels into one parcel.
But we don't have a proposal for what will be developed on the site yet.
As I understand it, I think it's a veterinarian shop.
But in terms of the footprint,
Footprint,
like,
no, I
will
do
the
not.
building footprint be the same, or will it change? We don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah. And does the fact of the right-of-way, that right-of-way's existence now, does that give the church some, does that help ensure their access to the fellowship hall? Because there's a little public piece in there?
The right-of-way does not line up with the fellowship hall as far as direct access to it. It lines up with the propane tanks.
Right.
So I don't think I could definitively say it gives access to the fellowship hall.
But it does help help ensure access to the propane tanks?
Yes.
Okay. And to the degree that people use that drive off of Fairfax going through to Haywood and they cross that right-of-way to get to the door of the fellowship hall, it helps ensure that access too?
Yes, they would. I'm
Okay.
assuming people may come in here
Yes.
to this or here and exit the other way also.
Although you'd be driving opposite the way that the arrows go.
Yeah, but the bank is closed.
Is the applicant here? Do they wish to speak on this?
I'll leave this up.
Okay, but yeah, I think that'll be helpful. Not a requirement, just asking.
I was going to speak. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tom Holman, I'm appearing on behalf of Chris Meyer and Sue Frushi. They are the owners of the property at 700 Haywood. This is the old SunTrust property, as indicated at 700 Haywood Road in West Asheville. Sue and Chris are both excited to be part of this dynamic, growing area and are looking forward to improving the property and adding a neighborhood small animal veterinarian practice to service the neighborhood and community. This situation really is a great example of the purpose behind the closure allowed under NCGS 160A-299, as it will simply formally recognize that this never opened alley is now closed. The formal closure of this unopened alley will not in any way change the manner in which this property has been used in over 75 years. The closure requirements of this council obviously are two narrow issues. First of which is, will the closure impair access to any other property owner? And the answer is it will not. Likewise, the closure will not be contrary to the public interest. In fact, it will significantly benefit the public interest. Again, there is no and has not been any public use of this narrow right-of-way that's depicted by this yellow line. The closure will allow for the more efficient use of the property without any artificial impediment that presently splits the parcel and benefits no one. Likewise, closure will also help encourage improvements to the property that will help enhance it, consistent with the HR2 expansion zoning designation of the property. If I can, let's show quickly a few exhibits. So as depicted on this document, what it shows very clearly is that this unopened alley was never intended to serve anything other than the subject property of 700 Haywood, which is now entirely owned by my clients. It consisted, at the time of this 1920 plat, of 4 parcels that front Haywood Road. And then there's the parcel behind it. All 4 of the front lots are now owned by my client, as is the rear lot. There's never been any service. There's no evidence that the alley was ever open to the public. There's no evidence that the alley was ever used in any way other than for access to these 4 front parcels. Consistent with that, here's another document, which is a recombination, resurvey of the property from 1945, which again reflects the 4 parcels before they were owned by the same party. It shows that there was a home that was on then parcels 3 and 4, and there was a garage that entirely blocks the alley. And that indicates that what it shows clearly is that this garage was servicing this home at number 3 and number 4.
What's the year on that one?
1945.
Just as long as we're.
Here's a survey that has recently been done of the property that shows the specific location of the alley. And as you can see, unlike the image that was shown to you all a few minutes ago that was represented as having the red line center of the alley being within the driveway to the drive-through, that in fact is not the case. The entirety of the alley is located within the curb area that has been there since this building was constructed in 1945. There's been no change in that. So anyone who was trying to access or use that access over the past 75 years would have had to maneuver over the curb, along a bank, shrubs, bushes, to then only have this small little section right here that is between the curb and the concrete and a concrete wall.
Can you tell me about that little wall that's indicated there at the edge of between the church property and the subject property? There's like a,
Sideways.
Is it?
Other way.
Yeah.
There's some kind of glare there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's a little
the
little
picture.
better.
That's the
Okay,
paper
so
alley.
where's the-
We're looking at the paper alley, looking at the church from Fairfax.
Yes, you're looking from Fairfax, and as you can compare from the prior image, the entirety of the unopened alley that is located within the curbed area and basically straight through to that concrete wall in the back.
Can you take your pen and show it on the?
Yes.
Yeah,
So roughly, and I'll. Here's an enlarged portion of the survey again, which shows the unopened alley. And again, it shows the entirety of this portion as being within the curbed area. Only this small little segment there is open. And then it shows also, as it comes closer to the church property, that it is blocked by this concrete wall.
Could you show us on that?
Yeah, now, and this is the concrete wall that you can see in the background here. And at the point where the wall is located relative to the 10-foot alley, it is approximately 8 feet, then coming down, and it tapers down a bit to still being 3 or 4 feet. But again, clearly, the concrete wall is located on my client's property and is totally within the area of the unopened alley.
So, just, it's starting to, so as what you're saying is the unopened alley is not in the, where normally one would think of a car going. It's actually in that brown and grassy area to the left of the paved area.
That is correct.
Okay.
And here is an image from Haywood, which shows very clearly the sidewalk access from Haywood, from other areas of the church property that go directly into the downstairs area that apparently is a concern of the church.
So that is the concrete
Yeah,
wall there, you can see through
show us the concrete wall.
Because you can't see it in that other
You can see in the background the concrete wall. So nothing about the closure of this unopened alley will in any way affect the church's access. We appreciate that the church is concerned that it has had the benefit of the use of this, a greater use of the benefit of this adjacent property during, I guess, the last 2+ years that the bank has been closed for some period of time. Before then, that was due entirely to an accommodation provided for by the bank because of the nature of its business, its need for the drive-through, and the lack of need for that in other times when it allowed the church to do that. My clients will be good neighbors. They want to be not only to the members of the church, but to other people in the area. What they can't do is agree at this point what level of accommodation they can provide for this property that they've now purchased, that they need to use, that they need to pay for. But it's not likely going to be continuing as a drive-through, just as it would not be for any other property owner. This property was on the market for 2 years before my clients entered into a contract back in 2017 to purchase it. They've worked diligently in communicating well before I got involved with the church in an effort to agree to some form of accommodation more formally before this meeting. We were not able to do that. All of those accommodations were going to be entirely voluntary. They may still happen. There's still, the owners want to cooperate with the church, but again, the very narrow issue is, will it impair access to another property? And is it contrary? Well, if it appears to the satisfaction of the council after the hearing that closing the street is not contrary to the public interest, and that no individual owning property in the vicinity of the street or alley or in the subdivision in which it is located will thereby be deprived of reasonable means. Thereby is as a result of the closure. Nothing about this closure will adversely impact the manner in which this church has been using the property for the last 75 years. That's not going to change.
I don't know how you can say that, because and I think we're going to hear from some people from the church, but if we close this, then there's nothing that prevents your client from prohibiting the church members to have access both to their propane tanks and to the door of that, not necessarily to the door, but, well, actually, it potentially could. If they blocked off access from Haywood, then they would not be able to get, if they blocked, they could. So I'm just puzzled by, I'm puzzled by a couple things, because it's pretty clear that members of the public have been using this for a number of years, and then
using the paper alley,
using
the driveway that exists there?
It's essentially the same thing, because I think the way that most people come in is off of Fairfax and they come through.
I don't know.
But
they're not the same. I mean, the paper alley is just a straight line across the.
It is, but they have been crossing that little piece that is not on grass.
That is correct.
Driving across.
But closing the unopened alley would technically prevent them from continuing to use that small section. But that section does not give access to the building. It's not given access to the building. Again, it's entirely blocked by this curbing that's been there for 75 years. Best case scenario, if this 10-foot alley remained open, well, if it was actually opened and was used, someone could pull into a vehicle and back out so long as they did not get outside of that 10-foot area.
So I think the question is not so much about closure of the alley, but it's about, for me anyway, it's about why your client can't make an agreement with the church at this point to
Well, I
continue
mean,
to
just,
give
I
them.
don't mean to catch up. The gentleman here was talking about a standard review that we have to review, and for our city attorney, the question before us, if you could help us focus that right now, what is the question before us tonight?
So, under the statute, which is 160A 299, it grants the governing body of a municipality the power to close any street or road or portion thereof upon the following conditions: notification by registered letter to the adjoining property owner, publication of the notice, and determination by the governing body that the closing of said road is not contrary to the public interest, and that no individual owning property in the vicinity of said street or road or in the subdivision in which it is located will thereby be deprived of reasonable means of ingress and egress to the property.
I would argue that, as Chad said, if we close this alley, then that does potentially deprive the church of access to 2 parts of their building that they currently use. So I'm going to vote against this. I'm just clear about that right now. And I mean, VJ, I understand you don't want me to get into the questions about why there hasn't been an agreement between the church and the property owners, but I would argue that the door was opened when you said that your client could not do that. And yet I know that there were negotiations with the minister at the church prior to his death about that. So there seemed to be a readiness and willingness there, and there's not now, and that's what I'm a little puzzled about.
Yeah, and if I may clarify that. First of all, my clients have been communicating with the church for over a 1-year period. We're offering significant carrots, if you will, to try to get the consent and cooperation with the church. That never came on the church's end, not my client's end. So I got involved in this process only in sometime around October, 9 months into these communications. The church has acknowledged, I met with 2 representatives from, and I'm told the 2 representatives of the church approximately 10 days ago at the property, and there was an acknowledgement that they are not using this access. They have not used the access. What they are asking for is not simply for vehicular access to pull in a vehicle to fill up tanks on the opposite side of the property. What they're asking for is continued use of the property in the same manner in which they've been using it, which basically forestalls any reasonable modification or use of this property because it would require the existing use of the driveway in its entirety. The manner in which I understand they're using it is on Sundays at other meeting times. They are entering off of Fairfax, sometimes in a line of vehicles, parking those vehicles one behind the other from the entrance to Haywood Road all the way back to Fairfax and parking there during services and events. My client my client could agree to that, that's correct. To do so would be to totally permanently impair the functional use of that property in a way that was never contemplated by the bank. The bank could have changed the use of this property at any time. Anyone else could have purchased the property, continued to use it as a drive-through. There was no demand to do so. My clients just can't reasonably agree to that degree of impairment. That would be a gift of the property.
Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, what I'd like to do is open the public hearing. In case you haven't noticed, this is going to be a little bit of a long night. So why don't we do that? Because I think there are a number of people here who want to speak on this, unless there's any other information you want us to know before we do that.
I would reserve, I would like the opportunity to speak in some response, depending on what is said. I have clients that had wanted to speak. We understand the time's limited, but I would appreciate an accommodation if there are questions after the presentation from church members.
And just wave your hand if I look like I'm moving too fast. All right, folks, if you're here to speak on this item, what we'll need to do is I'm going to open the public hearing. Just raise your hand and I'll try to get around the room. Again, state your name and be mindful of the time. You have 3 minutes. The lights on the lectern will indicate green means go, yellow means you're getting close to ending, and red and the buzzer means stop. We have 3 big public hearings on tonight. Everyone is going to have a lot to say. I really need you to be considerate of the time limitations so we can get through everyone. We're not going to do a Madison County and only let 5 speakers. I read that in the paper today. That was interesting. So we'll start here with the gentleman in the white shirt. If you'll please begin. Also, somebody pulled the picture off of the monitor of the site in question. It'd be really helpful if we could keep it up there because I bet people will want to point at it. So you've got your own pictures. If we, yeah, just the. Can you look and pick which one you think is gonna? I think the aerial with the paper alley in yellow over it was, I thought, the best one to look at, just in terms of what was there.
Yep. That's
Yes,
what's in question.
that
Yep.
was a good one. Yeah.
They just asked for that.
If you have additional pictures you want to put on top of that, feel free.
Excuse me. My name is Billy Robinson. I'm the Associate Presbyter for the Presbytery of Western North Carolina, which is about 99 congregations in a quarter of the state, 8 of which were in the city limits of Asheville. I represent more than 3 people who are here tonight to speak on this issue, so I'm asking for more than 3 minutes per your rules.
Do you have 3 people that are waiving their time to you, meaning they will not speak on this topic? So we have one lady? I will speak. Won't speak? No.
You will speak.
No. I need 3 people that will yield their time to this gentleman. He is requesting 10 minutes. I need people who are here on this topic and are willing to waive their time. I only have 1 person, so you'll be restricted to 3 minutes.
Thank you. The resolution that you have before you states that there will be closing the right-of-way would not deprive any individual owning property in the vicinity any reasonable means of ingress or egress. We disagree. We're glad to hear that other folks on the council disagree as well. Over 61 years, the congregation has had access via here. The only option, if you close this, is for folks to park on Haywood Road, unload in either a wheelchair or a walker and walk the distance from here to there, or to park here and walk all the way around. From here to here is 85, 89 paces, about 89 yards, which is a good ways for someone in a walker to go, about half that from here to here. Also, if you build directly to the property line, which the owner could do, it would impede the propane truck from getting from Haywood Road to service the propane tanks here. Some could argue that you could service the propane trucks by backing in through the children's playground, which would then necessitate moving the children's playground to the front yard on a busy Haywood Road, which we are not eager to do. I'm trying to be short with my time. I understand that Mr. Meyer talked to the minister. In our denomination, a minister does not run, has no voice in the operation of a congregation. Only the moderator and the clerk of session. So he has not really entered into any negotiations that we are aware of with the congregation. He's spoken to the treasurer, but there's been no substantial negotiations or talks about how we may come to beyond this impasse. The Multimodal Transportation Committee said in September that they would like for us some time to negotiate, and there's just been no substantial movement from Mr. Meyer to do so. His representatives made mention of carrots. We haven't seen carrots, cabbage, cheddar, anything. And we would like to know what those carrots are. Those have not been presented to us. The power to close, you mentioned needed notification. The clerk of session of the congregation made mention to me that no mailings, registered mail, had been received about notification. They found out about it by a sign being posted on the corner. And we are in the vicinity and would be negatively impacted. I stand to say that you could either...
Sir, if you have any other comments, you can hand them to the clerk and she'll hand them around.
Thank you.
Chad, do you want to address the notification? Did you take a look at the just to jump in there? I don't need to, just if it met the requirements,
Right, typical mailings include the adjacent properties on either side.
and they are the adjacent.
And they are. and
Okay.
they-
I figured that was the issue.
But I guess my question is, does the staff, do you have any way to know whether notice was properly given?
He's saying under the statute, the only required notification was to the property
Adjoining
owner on either
property
side,
owner,
which
and he is.
the applicant
of
is
the alley.
Yeah,
They are both
so the
adjacent.
applicant is the property owner to be notified.
So the property owner on the end of the alley doesn't matter?
Because the way the property would be divided typically is if two property owners, half and half
Right,
generally.
right. They notified themselves.
So just for clarification for everybody who's out there listening, they didn't have to notify them.
Right, they weren't required to notify the church because they're not on either
And
side.
what we have been doing is, even if we know they've been notified, if it were two separate property owners, we're mailing that anyway, just to
Okay.
do it, but.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir.
I would like to make a few comments.
Yes, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Patrick Price. I'm a member of West Asheville Presbyterian Church. And if you'll pardon me to digress for a moment, my wife, Norma Price, sat up there from 1988 to 1991 as a member of City Council. She refused to be here today because she just didn't want to do it. Anyway, Mr. Meyer approached the minister in June, back over a year ago. The minister died in June of last year. Our secretary retired very shortly thereafter. So we're sort of limping along trying to get things going. Mr. Meyer approached a member of the committee, the treasurer of the church. I talked with Mr. Meyer. I asked him to please show us what his plans were. He never got back to me. I am of the opinion, as well as Cheryl Miller, a member of the church, is that he doesn't have a plan drawn out on paper. He doesn't know what he wants to do. He does not have a proposal. In fact, he does not even own the property. The property is still owned by the bank. Now, if he would put together some sort of plan on paper, preliminary, then we could sit down and talk. But he has not done this. He has refused to do this. So I think, this puts us in a very awkward position. How can we approve him to do this if we don't know what he's going to do? It just does not make good sense. We have no objection if to close that alleyway as long as we've got access. Put yourself in there like you're in a wheelchair or you're in a walker and you come to the church and you want to go into the fellowship hall. You can't walk 85 yards. I was at a church meeting there this morning, and the person at there is on a cane, and he had trouble coming up the steps from the fellowship hall to get into my car. To me, it makes no sense to restrict the alleyway, our use of the alleyway. We obviously can't drive in from Haywood Road and then back out into Haywood Road. That's crazy. You guys know that. We can't back in, and it's just, we've got to be able to drive from Fairfax around like the way we're doing. The red line there is essentially the property line. And the lower line in there is the south side of the alleyway. We've got to be able to get to that wall there. This wall there is really sort of on the property line. If Mr. Meyer would work up some sort of plan, I think we know exactly what he wants to do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on this item? Okay, let me just make sure there's not anybody else. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on this item? Okay.
Briefly, it's neither fair nor accurate to suggest to the council.
Sir, if you'll just take a seat.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Sure,
okay.
I'm not bothered by it. It's not fair or accurate to present to the client that my clients have not been acting in good faith. Again, over a year of communicating, I sent a letter to the attorney who I was told was the representative of the church on October the 31st with a detailed proposal. It was 2 months later. The objective at that time was to try to get this before council in November. It was 2 months later before I got a response. But by the way, a term of that was, and one that my client had been proposing for a long time, was to paint basically the entirety of the exterior of the church, along with other accommodations. So they've been very clearly conveyed. They've been expressly conveyed in writing. That's undisputable.
But I think one thing we must think about is that when we negotiate with a church, we can't just go to the minister to negotiate that, because they do have a governing body. So you would have to go to a governing body in order to come to an agreement about how you would proceed forward.
In no way am I being critical for the time that it's taken the church. That's the reality of the situation. We understand that. But likewise, my client has to move forward with their time. They've had this property under contract since October of 2017. They are the owners of the property. They've closed on it. They own it. So almost well over a year and a half that this property was under contract. A substantial amount of that time they were communicating or attempting to communicate on behalf of representatives of the church. Circumstances occurred. There was a death of a minister. We understand that. We appreciate it. But it doesn't change the fact that the good faith efforts that my clients made for the entirety of the process. It also doesn't change, more importantly, the fact that nothing about this closure will in any way affect the access that has been used for this property for 75 years. It will not happen.
Thank you. You know, I think another, I was just looking this up, so it did close as of March 1st. Sir, if you'll take a seat, sorry. My understanding is that part of the requirements around this closure are to meet the zoning requirements for the Haywood Road corridor overlay. That was not mentioned, but I understand that that is part of the requirement. And this is a little bit of a chicken and egg problem, because you have a property owner that has to close this alley before they can begin to pay a whole bunch of people to work on a project to develop this site. So I don't know. I'm sensitive to the concern that you don't have a proposal for what will be used, for this property to be used for. I understand the proposal is generally a veterinary clinic, but we don't have any specifics about how the property will be used. So I hear your frustration. I asked that question myself, but I understand for an investor, they don't want to spend all that money until they know they can get this alley closed, or they will have spent quite a great deal of money before knowing if this will be done. This happens to be something that I have litigated. I'm currently litigating for clients dealing with easement issues here, and I know that it's complicated. I hear the historic use of the property. To me, what I'm hearing is the church basically making a prescriptive easement claim to be able to continue to access their property the way they've been doing for a very long time. That is not something council can get involved in. We're just simply not able to get in there and negotiate property claims as between two property owners. Where we come in is just the request, the statutory process for a request for closing an alley. We have paper alleys like this, which means they've not ever been opened, but they're on a plat somewhere. We have them all over West Asheville. We have them in the older neighborhoods. Montford has a bunch of them. North Asheville has some. But there are many, many in West Asheville that exist. And, you know, I'm sympathetic to both sides. I hope some agreement can be reached about access for handicapped parishioners that attend this church. But from my perspective, what our job is to do is to look at that statutory requirement and make a decision. We have asked property owners on Haywood Road to abide by the overlay plan there, and that's what this owner's trying to do. So it's a difficult decision. I'm hopeful that some resolution can be met with the church and the property. Is there anyone on council that?
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, we've never voted down an alley closure or right-of-way closure as far as I know, and I don't think anybody, I mean, I don't have a problem ultimately voting for the closure of this. My interest is in seeing what seem to be two willing parties trying to come together to essentially create some sort of access agreement. Everybody seems interested in doing that, and, you know, maybe while there are people here in the room getting together, you can figure out the appropriate people to talk to and the ways to communicate. But that's my interest. I don't have any objection to this alley being closed and the building being reconfigured and all that sort of thing. It's just, I hear that statutory requirement or statutory standard as being, you know, we have the ability to say no to this if we think it would be harmful to neighboring and adjacent property owners.
So reading the statutory requirement, what it quite literally means is that you need to look at whether or not the paper alley is it's like supposed to be people's houses were going to be built on this block and they couldn't get there. That's not quite what the statute's not really addressing the situation, because the church has several other means of access to their property. So that, you know, anyway, I would just point out that I don't think the reading of the statute is meant to prohibit the approval of a closure under these circumstances, strictly speaking. But everybody is entitled to their opinion. And it's true, these usually aren't controversial, and this is too bad that this one is. So we don't have, okay, hey, hello, folks, hold on. Okay, from the peanut gallery, we are closing the public hearing. There were no other people that wanted to make comment on this, so this is an opportunity for a motion, if there is one.
Well, I'm just gonna, I will make the motion, but, you know, history, and I'm not an attorney, so I'm not really sure what prescriptive easement means, but I think what it means is people just have historically been using private property, and they didn't actually, the church didn't actually get an easement, and so the folks who bought this other property are kind of saying, well, this is private property, and it doesn't, I just don't think, it feels like this is a dispute between two property owners, and I, for one, really don't think that it's my job as a city councilwoman to get in the middle of that. So based on that, do you want me to make a motion, or do you want, okay, I would make a motion to permanently close the unopened right-of-way off of Fairfax Avenue as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Before we vote.
Yes, please.
This is interesting because it's not like a quasi-judicial hearing or anything, so we don't have any sort of requirement in that sense, and I would agree with Gwen. It sounds like to me, from what I've heard, that two property owners, looks like the church needs to probably work out an easement. Some sort of easement rights for whatever's going to happen on that property for ingress and egress. But that's neither here nor there for me. I'm going to vote against it. I have some empathy for these folks to see if they can work this thing out. Maybe I can bring 3 other people with me, but I'm going to vote against it.
Okay, anybody else?
I just want to point that the conversation is centered around access to a propane tank. When there is a select portion of our community who attend this church who are elderly and handicapped, these are not able-bodied individuals who can readily access the fellowship hall, which is very, very sacred to a lot of communities and a lot of churches, to be able to have that time and that space together. And a lot of our elderly and handicapped individuals don't get liberty to that space often. So we can argue that, being able-bodied citizens, that they have multiple access to their fellowship hall. But I think this is beyond history, and this is really, we need to really capture their ability.
Anybody else?
I mean, the only point I'll make, first off, let me first apologize to Councilwoman Mayfield. I interrupted her during that, and it was discourteous, and I apologize. I apologize for doing so. I mean, in terms of kind of where I am on this and requesting for the city attorney to read what we have to read, what our standard is and our factors are. I mean, I take that very seriously. Part of that is probably, you know, my background as an attorney, I have sympathy as well for the church, but I also know that our requirements as a council are to apply the law. And in this case, it sounds as if I understand it correctly, we're talking about reasonable egress or ingress. And if you look at that, if you look at the yellow bar, most of that is actually covered on the grassy part. So all of this area we're talking about here, the concrete portion that folks have been using, the property owner can just take that away right now. And the only thing that would literally be left is that little portion over there. And I realize that's the hook that folks are using to try and get some leverage on this, but I can't see as a council member applying the standard that I'm required to do and coming up with a decision to deny this. So again, I'm sorry it's gotten to this point, but again, I mean, I think applying the narrow standard that we need to do as a council, that is why I seconded this and will support it.
Okay, anybody else wishing to comment? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, which is the motion to close the alley, please raise your hand. Is that what you want? Okay. And all those opposed, please raise your hand. All right. Okay, the motion carries, and that concludes this matter. Thank you. If we're going to move on to the next item on our public hearing agenda, just to let people have a chance to shuffle around a little bit. If we've got anyone in the overflow room, we do have a couple of seats that have opened up here. I don't know how many people. It's done. We're empty and overflow. Okay. The next item is a public hearing to continue consideration of the conditional zoning of 324 Biltmore Avenue from Regional Business District to Lodging Expansion Conditional Zone for the construction of a 7-story, 103-room hotel. And Jessica Bernstein is here to talk to us about this one.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. As was stated, this is a conditional zoning request for 324 Biltmore Avenue for the construction of a new lodging facility. Sorry, I'm a little froggy. This matter was actually in front of council back in October of last year, October 23rd. So we went through the pretty extensive public hearing, staff presentation from the applicant, and public comment. So I wasn't going to go too far back into it, but I would be happy to answer any questions, or if you have some direction that you'd like me to just reiterate, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, and the proposal. So this matter was withdrawn previously, so we're going to, I don't know if this isn't a continuance of the public hearing, we're going to redo the public hearing.
Sure.
And if the applicant is here and wants to speak, not required, but if wants to speak, they are getting up behind you. You can't see that, but they are.
So,
wait, I'm sorry,
well,
Council.
I'm not sure, maybe the applicant can do this, but yeah, I would prefer not to like start from scratch.
Sure.
But if someone could sort of take us from the original application to what has changed.
Certainly.
If anything. Thinking there's nothing that's changed. Now I'm thinking about it.
But not much, but why don't I give it just a very brief.
If there's anything that's changed, I'd like to hear that.
So this is the site. It's on, just north of the hospital on Biltmore and White Fawn. The site's currently regional business. It would be proposed to be rezoned to lodging conditional zone. It would be a 7-story hotel, 103 rooms. Parking is all structured within the site. There's one vehicular access into the structured parking, and that would be from Biltmore Avenue. The height's reduced in the radius that's near the single-family residential zoning. There's landscaping, 10-foot sidewalks, transit shelter, design elements required by the code are met by this application. There were a few conditions that we detailed last time. I can get into those more if anyone has any specific questions about them. There's really nothing about that proposal that has changed about how the project does and does not comply with the conditional zoning request for the lodging expansion. It's still aligned with that zoning district. It's still aligned with the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan and the future land use map. The only change from the staff perspective that we did with the report was that we neglected to include a condition previously regarding signage, and so that's been added, that any signage, if approved, would follow the signage allowances for regional business zoning, since that was the underlying zoning and the most immediately adjacent zoning. But otherwise, nothing has changed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, a representative.
Actually, before I've got a couple of questions, Jessica,
Sure.
if you don't mind. Just want to confirm.
Wyatt's
Wyatt's
up
just
and
gonna
down.
Just helping you get your squats in, Wyatt. So Jessica, I think this is right, but I just want to confirm. So there's really, and I don't know if there's a better image of this, but there's just one house. There's a house that's immediately behind this, right? But other than that, there's only one adjacent residence, right?
Right, so this zoning to the north is regional business, but then immediately behind is RS8. And so there is a house that's fairly close.
Tell us the height of the hotel that's immediately adjacent to that. It's lower than...
It is. So the zoning district, lodging expansion, it has, when you're 100 feet and 100-foot radius within single-family or residential zoning, the height's restricted to the height of that zoning district, which would be 40 feet in our residential zoning districts. They are showing that radius here, and they've actually reduced the height to 25 feet within that area. They've got the structured parking kind of in the back of the site. And there's also a significant grade change as you're coming down to Biltmore Avenue. So the tallest portion of the building, that 7-story portion, is up here at Biltmore Avenue.
And would it be appropriate for you to, the developer, to engage that property owner? And if so, what is their opinion about it? Because we've been getting a lot of emails, and I just want to be clear about their opinion about the hotel.
I have not spoken directly with that property owner. I have not. So I can't represent what they.
So again, so the hotel in that location adjacent to the single home is 15 feet lower than it could be, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then there's also the grade change to take into account as well.
Okay. And then in terms of the buffer, they're asking for a variance on the buffer, the rear buffer in some parts, but in that particular part, my understanding is the buffer is actually wider than, again, it would be required to be. Is that right?
Correct. Because of that grade separation, there's an administrative reduction in the buffer width that we allow. So what they're proposing would be to meet that administrative reduction is 15 feet wide. They do not meet the 15-foot width, but it's down here at the other part that's not opposite residential zoning. The section of the building that is across from the residential zoning, it's actually greater than 15 feet in width.
I think those are my only two questions. Yeah, those are my only questions.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for staff? Are you sure? All right. Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Wyatt Stevens. I appreciate being given the opportunity to come back and speak with you briefly this evening. I want to address Councilwoman Smith, your question first. It's my understanding that Monarch Patel is here and he could speak to this. They had a series of neighborhood meetings. At one of those meetings, Mr. Patel met with the lady who owns this house. And they talked about the fact that they were going to be planting evergreen trees and increasing the buffering and addressing that issue, and also the lowered height in that location, which in turn results in a slightly higher building in order to accommodate the number of rooms that they're trying to accomplish of 103. To my knowledge, and if she's here, she can speak for herself, she has no objection to this project. Now, there are neighbors up above there that are concerned about it. I think they've emailed council members. I haven't seen the emails, I've just heard about them. I personally, because I was curious about that, I drove down there this afternoon, and what you see when you drive up White Fawn, it's a fairly steep road. It goes up above and behind, and the only house, in my opinion, the only house that will be affected by the view affected would be that house that we're just talking about, and I don't think she objects. If you go up higher, there are additional houses but they're not oriented to the west. For the most part, they're oriented to the north. And I could be wrong. I'm not a civil engineer. Warren Sugg is here. He could speak to this more specifically. But I don't think any of those homes will have their view affected by this 90-foot hotel. It is our view that this is a good project. These are good local families that are going to own this. It's not an out-of-town, out-of-state developer. These folks have proven to be good corporate citizens, and they will be good corporate citizens with respect to this site. One of the reasons I went down there again today was to get a sense of what's there now. And if you've done that, you see it's just an empty concrete lot. And then above it, there's a parking lot, sits up a little higher as you look up from Biltmore Avenue. And then across the street, you've got the former Matthews Ford property that the city has an option on, this mixed-use designation. And then across there, you've got Lee Walker Heights. I am as convinced as I can be, and I think city staff is convinced, that this hotel in this location will anchor all kinds of important development in that location. As Jessica said, this project is aligned with the future land use category of a Living Asheville comprehensive plan for that area. So when all those stakeholders came together and said, what about this part of the city of Asheville? What do we need here? On the list was exactly this kind of project. I am as convinced as I can be that this will help the city. It will help that part of the city. It will help the city's interest in the property across the street, and it will absolutely help enliven and really make safer that part of the city. There will be a full-time security guard. There will be security cameras. There will be eyes on the street. A lot of concern about hotels and tourists. So we went back and checked and did some research on extended stay hotels of this type. That is, it's a higher end, it's a little more expensive extended stay hotel. And what we found is that 70 to 75% of the room nights will go to business travelers, families, patients, people who are visiting Mission Hospital. This is not really going to be a tourist hotel. There'll be tourists that will use it. Tourists certainly there was an article this week about how they like using extended stay hotels so they don't have to go out to a restaurant for 3 meals. They've got kitchens in there. So there will be tourists there on the weekend. But this is pro-business. And if anything we need in this city is a pro-business development. And I think this hotel meets that. So what has happened, what has changed, if anything, since the October meeting? Pratik Bhatia could not be here. He had to be in Washington, D.C. for a meeting. But Pratik and his family, they owned the Ramada Inn out off Smoky Park Highway. And if you saw the news, you know that that property sold to a developer that's going to put a mixed-use development, something we also need around the city. And that will mean the elimination of 163 hotel rooms. This hotel will have 103 hotel rooms. So it's a net negative of 60 rooms. This is where rooms are needed of the type that we're proposing. At 103 rooms, when you compare them to other hotels around downtown, it will be one of the smallest. This is not a massive behemoth of a hotel. Also, at the hearing, what I heard loud and clear, particularly from the mayor and also from others, was that the TDA is collecting all of this revenue and they're pouring it back into promoting tourism for the city of Asheville. I happen to think that's a good thing. But I also recognize and heard loud and clear that the tourists impact our city, our sidewalks, our infrastructure, our police, our fire. And where is the revenue for the city of Asheville? Because the city has to take care of all those things. And it was within, I think, 5 or 6 days of the hearing that we had here in council chambers where the TDA hit the pause button. They said, you know what, we hear you. We're going to look at that. And they should look at that. And it turns out that 2 weeks ago they announced that they're going to embark on a year-long study where they're going to be looking at things like sidewalks and infrastructure. Things that I believe it's time. It's time for the TDA to look at those things, and that's new information that this council did not have when this project came before. So what hasn't changed since October? The project is the same. It's a good project. All of the supporters that we had before still support this project, from the Child Crisis Center and the preferential pricing we will give for their families that travel, I think she said, from a 20 to 22 county region to come here, and they have troubled youth that have to stay there and they need a place to stay. They will get preferential pricing. Mission Hospital patients, they will get preferential pricing. The ABCCM opportunity to provide jobs for their veterans, and we will work with them for job training, that is the same. The memorandum of understanding that we have with the Asheville Housing Authority and the job training program that we will provide for them, that remains the same. The $125,000 that my clients have committed to provide for the playground that was unfunded for the Housing Authority at Lee Walker Heights, that is still the same. The support for Mountain Housing is the same. The support from all of the churches, many of whom have written you letters and have written emails, all remains the same. The one person last time who spoke against this said, we ought to use this site for affordable housing. You remember what I said? I said, they looked at that, and this is less than an acre. It doesn't make sense for affordable housing. But what does make sense is what my clients are still willing to do. I said it before, and I'm saying it again tonight. They will commit to providing a total of $500,000 at a rate of $100,000 a year, starting for 5 years, starting when they get their CO and they open for business. They anticipate this hotel will be successful, and they recognize that the only way they can support affordable housing is through dollars, and they're willing to do that. And that is a significant concession and I think unprecedented in this city. But they wanted me to tell you they remain willing to do that. Finally, the concern about cost and what do these hotels do. In addition to that, I think it should be noted this property currently pays only about $3,500 in taxes to the city of Asheville. That's because it's got a value of $800,000. This will be an $18 to $20 million investment, and so the tax value on this will be in that range. And so the taxes to the city of Asheville on an annual basis for forever will be in the $85,000 to $90,000 range. That's significant revenue that this city needs, and as a property owner myself, I'm happy to see other property owners come in and pay their share, and they will do that. I would urge you to support this project. It's the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Wyatt, or Wyatt, if you have anyone else with the applicant that you want to speak? But Councilman Haynes.
Well, I would like a little. Are the developers here tonight?
They are. Monarch Hotel is here.
Well, my first question had to do with the training program that was mentioned. I'd like a little refresher on that.
Monarch, do you want to speak?
Yeah, so the training program we'll be offering will be when employees come to work, we start them out, and then we put them in the AB Tech tourism program. So when somebody wants to start at the front desk, the AB Tech tourism program kind of gives them that tool set to start in a hotel to increase their career. And we've had several people that have worked with me for the last 5 years that have attended the AB Tech program and have excelled and have moved on to become like general managers at my properties right now. So we're going to continue that in partnership with Mountain Housing and Asheville Housing Housing Authority to get that opened up to them as well.
To residents of the Housing Authority?
Yeah.
Does that answer your question? Did you have any?
No, yeah, that answers that particular question, yeah. So,
I'm sorry.
It's Monarch Patel.
I guess the rest of my questions would go to the developer at this point.
Yes, sir.
No, to
To the developer.
To the developer.
To Monarch.
To Monarch.
Come back.
So I know when I met with you, I don't know the exact date, but when I met with you, I mentioned the fact that I did not want to see a hotel there, and why don't you consider affordable housing? And your reply to me was not that we looked into affordable housing or affordable housing would not work there. It was that I know hotels, I don't know affordable housing. And
So this site is, fairly small. To build any kind of housing on an 8/10 of an acre parcel and make it affordable, it's impossible to do that. We're just doing, with this proposal we
and
have.
this is based on what? I mean, is this based on research that you've done?
It's based on research. I mean, to do a parking garage that we're doing, it's almost 25, 30,000 a spot to do a parking garage. So if you were to build affordable housing on, with a garage, the numbers don't pencil out. And even if this was any type of other hotel, like a low-end economy hotel, it wouldn't pencil out. It pencils out for an extended stay with Marriott, and that's the reason why we moved forward with this project. It's a very small site. There's not much you can, from a housing standpoint, there's not much you can really put on there to make it affordable and build, or even get
but
count up.
I don't remember exactly saying that only affordable. I mean, we need housing, period, not just affordable. Was there any look at just doing housing as opposed to a hotel?
We have not looked at doing any housing like per se, but we have looked at numbers as far as what construction cost is and what it would cost us. And I mean, if we were to put housing of condos or even apartments at market rent, they would be significantly higher than what you guys are probably looking to see. I know there's apartments.
I mean, I think we need market rate as well as affordable.
There are apartments behind us that got built a few years back, and I think they rent for about $1,600, somewhere in that range, for a two-bedroom. On our side, if we were to build apartments, it would be significantly higher, just because of the parking garage and the small count. Most apartments and housing are done with wood construction, and wood construction is limited to 4 to 5 stories. And if you add a parking garage and then you go up higher, the construction methods change a lot, which will drive the cost up. So in turn, the rent would have to be higher.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
I have other questions.
Go ahead.
How many people will be employed by this hotel?
How many what?
How many employees will be there?
So overall, we'll probably have about 25 people there at this property.
And of these 25 employees, how many will make above $15 an hour?
I would probably say 75%.
75% of these employees will be above $15 an hour?
It'll be close to it, yeah. Because most of our housekeepers get paid per room. And so the housekeepers, just to give you an example, at our current properties, I have housekeepers that work, 30 hours a week. And their pay is about $1,000 every 2 weeks. And I mean, these are like single moms. They're coming to work. They're able to come to work at like 9 o'clock and be home by 2 o'clock. And they're getting a significant wage by doing this. So it's not that we're paying, $8, $9 or $10 to get our rooms cleaned. We pay the same amount if it's a stay over or a checkout. So that they're able to make more money that way.
How many of these jobs will be full-time jobs?
So I would probably say more than half. Because like when we hire a housekeeper, we tell them it's a full-time job, but it just varies on how quick they are and how fast they get their rooms done. So, but we do make them clock in and out, so we kind of know average how many they're working, how many hours they're working. So that's kind of really, from a housekeeping standpoint, it's really hard to say if they're going to work 40 hours or not. But, because our model is a little bit different than paying per hour.
So they're expected to work at an expedited pace in order to maximize their
They're not
pay.
expected to work at an expedited pace. if you pay somebody per hour, then I think that expedited pace comes into play. But when we pay per room, we're not telling them that, hey, you have 10 minutes to clean a stayover, or 15 minutes or 20 minutes for a checkout. We're paying them the same amount it would be to get that room clean, whether it's a checkout or a stayover. So we're not pushing them to clean their rooms faster. And that's the reason why I like to offer this, per room model, because they're not, there's no, that, hey, you have to get all your rooms cleaned in 40 hours a week. And it just works out better for them. We have 4 properties in town, and all 4 are on the same model. And, our employees they love it. We haven't had any kind of feedback from housekeeping saying they don't want to change this. I know they're, just comparing other hotels to my properties, just doing a market study that we did last week, we're paying more than other hotels that we compete with. And I think that probably speaks for itself that our turnover at our properties is not that high because of that.
Okay, any questions?
And not only do we, we also have like yearly bonuses. We do quarterly bonuses. Every time our hotel wins an award, they all get a bonus. Our Country Inn Suites on Tunnel Road won the President's Award for the 3rd time. I've had that property for 5 years. So all the staff, we're having like a celebration party next week, and they'll all get like bonuses for, achieving that award.
Thank you. Any questions? Any other questions?
That's all from me.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add in terms of the presentation from the applicant?
That's all we have at this time. I'd just like to reserve the opportunity to respond if I need to any of the comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Yes, if you would like to speak, again, state your name. You'll have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Mr. Nutter, who will show us.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dave Nutter. I'm a local resident, a student of the city, and a professional city planner. I would like to express my hope that the council will approve the 324 Biltmore Avenue Hotel application this evening. I agree with the need of the city to have the city council as the city's ruler to engage in a long and sometimes tortuous existential struggle about the wisdom of more hotels. Thank you for doing that. But I also believe there is some need for case-by-case consideration, given the complexity of the city, its diverse interests, and its many needs. Apart from tourism considerations, hotels can have good reasons. I believe the Department of Planning and Urban Design, as usual, has prepared an excellent staff report, one which recommends council approval. As a city planner, I think the following 2 reasons for approval stand out. 1, the proposed hotel is adjacent to Mission Hospital and will serve the serious lodging needs of patients and families visiting patients, a function being increasingly appreciated across our country. And 2, it will fit into our aspirations for the success of the Lee Walker Heights transformation by giving it, and specifically its fit with the mixed use and mixed income redevelopment of the old Ford Motor Company dealership on the Biltmore Avenue frontage. It will give that an additional social and economic impetus. I'd also like to recommend that a new traffic signal and pedestrian crossing be installed at the Biltmore Avenue and White Fawn Drive intersection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to note on the recommendation that Biltmore is a DOT road in that section, but that's a suggestion we can work with DOT on. Yes, sir. Okay. Pastor Grant. Stand.
Well,
Gates.
I'm Pastor Ronald Gates of Greater Works Church
I
of
said
God in
Gant,
Christ.
sorry.
It is all well. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate you, City Manager. Just wanted to share my interaction with Monarch Patel. I found him as a businessman, a native businessman that has been a great developer and a great employer. Had the opportunity to, to visit a few of his sites unknowingly that for his sake, just to engage with some of the people that he employs, and they are very pleased in regards to how he runs his business. I want to say this, in his investments into the community. You have heard some of the investments, as his lawyers have alluded to, in regards to the child crisis, what he said he will provide for, to Mission, or HCA, which is now, how he will help with other physicians in regards to their stay, and how we'll help assist them. You have heard about his investments in regards to what he will do with Lee Walker Heights and the people in the community there in regards to the employment, to being able to train them from AB Tech. And I found him to be consistent in what he's been saying. In regards to his consistency in his investment, you have his investment in the community, Horizon, at Carolina Day, the summer program, the United Way, ABCCM, even the jobs in which the lawyer alluded to, Manna Food Bank, hands-on Asheville backpack drive. These are other investments that he's been investing in regards to the community. One thing I will share with this in my close is that you find the individual by their word. My grandfather and my father often did business, and when they did business, they didn't have a drawn-out contract. But that man was a governor on his word. They shook hands, and the man was found by his words. I found him to be a man of his word, and what he said he would do, he's going to do in regards to even to the housing, his contribution to the housing. So I thank you for the opportunity to even share or be able to speak. Appreciate you, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, all the way in the back.
Hi, my name is Luella Whitmire, and I'm here to say I'm in agreement with that hotel. The reason I'm in agreement with that hotel is because when we send our children away for college, some of them don't come back. But Mr. Patel came back. And another reason I think about it is all my life I've been living in that neighborhood, over 50 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. But one thing that hit me was the church that I go to. The water damage in the church was bad. And I told Mr. Patel about it. In 24 hours, he had a new flooring done for us. Most people don't do that. And he didn't ask for anything in return. And I also like where Lee Walker Heights, I've been going up there for years. And to know you're gonna help the young people, the children, to live safely and have a park, that is awesome. And then what I like about it was my cousin has cancer. And the family have to come up here every week. And in the process of coming up here every week, sometimes they don't feel like going back home. And some hotels will give you a discount and work with you, but this is a place where they could go and know that's what they're gonna all be about, is helping people. And I really like that. And I'm the one that was on TV that was honored by WLOS because of Mr. Patel, the hotel that closed out in West Asheville. I was the one that gave over 300 people the furniture. And because of Mr. Patel introduced me to the manager, they blessed that many people. And so I look at it this way. He's a man of his word. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, sir.
To the mayor and council members and to Mr. Petit. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time, but I just came because...
Sir, tell us your name, please. Your name, please tell us your name.
James E. Roberts,
Thank you.
pastor of Fairmount Baptist Church in the Bitmore section. We thank God for what he's been doing, not only for Fairmount Church, but several churches across this city of Asheville. He's a truthful man, and all I wanted to say is to let him know that I appreciate what he's been doing in our communities. And may God continue to send folk that like him our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am. This is nothing personal, but pull that mic down there.
Yeah. I was going to say, is this the one? I definitely want everyone to hear. Good evening, City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about this proposed hotel. I also have 10 minutes. Get my 3 people. All right, good.
Okay, are they waiving their time for you?
They are.
Okay, please keep your hands raised for just a moment. We only need 3.
Those
and
3 on that side.
Okay, raise the 3. 1, 2, one more, 3 over there. So that means you won't speak on this item, okay? Okay.
Okay, my name is Kristen Daniels, and I'm the Secretary of Oakhurst, the neighborhood which sits above the proposed hotel. It is important to understand that the majority of the residents of Oakhurst did not ever support this project in its current form, and I am happy that the proposal in your meeting packet has reflected this change from your October meeting notes. It is true that we met with Mr. Patel thinking we had no other choice but to work with him. A neighbor from a neighborhood meeting I attended, an Oakhurst neighborhood meeting, said he bought this lot and he can build whatever he wants on it. We decided it was better to try to work with him than against him. We had all seen hotel after hotel passed, and we didn't think we had a chance to stop this from happening. We made this decision not to fight because we did not understand the zoning restrictions which say that a hotel cannot be built on this lot, and that nothing over 60 feet tall can be built on it. One thing I agree with Mr. Patel on is that this is a very small lot. If it's not big enough for housing, why is it big enough for a hotel? I believe the developer also needs a variance because the building will only be 10 feet from Biltmore Avenue. Had we understood this, we would have fought it from the get-go. I've been told that some council members don't consider this area to be downtown, and so to them, it's not adding another hotel to downtown. Interestingly, the map that is part of council's packet for this meeting, which is on the top page of what I just gave you, shows Oakhurst as a part of downtown quite clearly. I would also like to point out that while very generous, and it sounds like Mr. Patel is extremely generous in many ways, I'm impressed with the people who just came up and, thanked him, and I thank him too. But the $625,000 that he has been asked and agreed to donate should not be the reason why the zoning is changed on this piece of land. The height restrictions are there for a reason, and I do believe that our neighborhood would be supportive of a much shorter hotel, although some residents like me think there are too many hotels in the downtown area already. As my friend Emily said, and I quote her, "One reason that Asheville has such an affordable housing shortage is the lack of planning by the city for the last 10 years. Now we are negotiating with developers to help fund future affordable housing. It makes no sense." I would also like to note that very few jobs would be created. According to my notes from our meeting with Mr. Patel last August, and remember, I'm the secretary, he said there will be about 8 employees there from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and by 3 p.m. everyone is gone, and then there's just one person there. The job training he is promising, to me, that only adds up to 9 people, not the 25 that he just said. But that is what was said in the August meeting. Finally, there's no difference in this hotel plan between what was presented in October and what is being presented today, and so I'm not sure why any of you would have changed your mind in favor of this hotel between then and now. I'm going to read parts of a Citizen Times article that was published after the October meeting. Mayor Mannheimer is quoted as saying she, quote, "doesn't personally feel comfortable," end quote, deciding on hotel projects until the city addresses its lack of revenue diversity to support local infrastructure improvements. Quote, again, "We've got to make sure our house is in order," she said, "and that we're balancing the needs of our community against a growing industry that brings a great deal of positive, but also a great deal of challenges." The same article states that Councilmember Keith Young called out a so-called McKibben standard, a reference to John McKibben, who also pledged money to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Young said, "There's a greater conversation that must be had about development in the city and whether proposed projects ultimately are beneficial to community residents," meaning the citizens of Asheville. "It's time for that work session the mayor spoke about," Young said. "It's time we start to look at these situations again and get that information through those work sessions on how it affects Asheville. I am not going to support this project." The article continued that Manheimer closed her remarks saying she appreciated the package put together, but ultimately she could not support it. Quote, "I would hope if this doesn't pass tonight and I'm not going to support it, that they would consider coming back to us in a year's time or whenever that might be, so that we as a city can reach a different place." Council members, it has been only 5 months, not a year, since those remarks were spoken, and no hotel work session has taken place. The only thing that has changed since October is that you have now received letters from all over the city of Asheville and Buncombe County, the majority of which said that they would like you to vote no, as you were going to do in October. I brought some of those letters with me, and I've handed them out so that you can read along. I'd also like to note that we only had a week to get our friends and neighbors to write in. Otherwise, we could have gotten at least, and I'm using a very conservative number, 3 to 4 times the amount of letters speaking out against this project and more hotels in general. Letter number 1, which you all have. "Dear council members, I would like to ask that you vote no on the proposed hotel at 324 Biltmore. 1, this is the wrong building for this property. Too tall, too much negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. 2, within the larger plan for Asheville, building hotels in any available space crowds out other opportunities. I own a local business. We can't find office showroom space that isn't boring and overpriced. Why should you care? Because we pay a lot more than hospitality jobs pay. So in my opinion, the more Asheville invests in the tourism industry, the more it becomes a tourism-only economy. Thank you for your considerations. Best regards, Brian from Montford." Letter number 2. "Hello, I'm writing to express my concern over the possible approval of another downtown hotel. As an Asheville resident for over 20 years and a native of Northern Virginia, I'm a proponent of thoughtful growth and development where residents' needs are closely considered and neighborhoods are preserved and protected from overdevelopment and short-sighted views of growth and the impact it has on the local environment, infrastructure, and culture. I'm one of these residents that is tired of seeing towering hotel blocks blocking beautiful views and adding up to 10,000 hotel rooms in our city of only 89,000. I also learned that this section isn't zoned for a hotel of this site, yet contributions to the Housing Authority in the amount of $625,000 is persuading council to vote in favor of it. Although a worthy contribution, that seems a questionable reason to circumvent existing laws." What's my time?
I don't know.
Anybody
But
know?
we have these all.
I know, I'm reading them to you, and I'm also reading them to everybody who's here listening because I don't know that you've read every single letter, and I wanted to pick out 3 that I thought were diverse enough and had very useful, intelligent comments.
You're speaking on behalf of the neighborhood around the hotel site?
I'm speaking.
Or just maybe I'm mischaracterizing.
I'm speaking on behalf of myself, I'm speaking on behalf of the people who wrote these letters, and I'm speaking on behalf of not my entire neighborhood, but I think you probably heard from enough of my neighborhood in letters.
I'm sorry.
Shall I continue? Is that okay? "I understand that one of the arguments is that we'll provide a place to stay for families of Mission patients. As a nurse at Mission, I find that unrealistic with the majority of our patient population being Medicaid or Medicare recipients. Most of these families will not be able to afford an extended stay in a downtown Asheville hotel. They will continue to stay in patient rooms, the Rathboone House, or make the long drives to and from their houses. I moved away from the congestion and ever-increasing development of the Northern Virginia area at a young age to have a better quality of life. The Asheville area has been the place I've gone to college, started my family and career, bought my first home, etc. It's becoming more of a place I'd like to leave if the city continues this trend of development at the expense of residents. Even if businesses and developers are willing to invest just enough to create opportunities for locals, where it seems like we're getting something out of it, such as a new park or job training, the long view needs to be taken. Please listen, and with each of these decisions that are so impactful, to use intention and foresight with your votes. Thank you, Colette in West Asheville. Last letter, Asheville City Council in 2006, my spouse and I moved to a dynamic, energetic mountain town. In 2018, we moved out of a busy, crowded city that seemed more like a transient tourist town than a community we had initially loved. No one would dispute that Asheville has gone through much change, but the city is now at a tipping point. Your decisions as custodians of this tourist mecca will determine whether people will or can afford to reside here. We moved because it felt as if our beloved Oakhurst was in a vice and development was squeezing the life from our community. Stop the insanity and deny this request for approval of the hotel on Biltmore at the corner of White Fawn. Regards, Iris Lancaster, former resident of Oakhurst. As I wrote in my own letter to you, and I hope you all read it, I wrote a couple, this building would become one of the top 20 tallest buildings.
You can hand your comments to Maggie and she'll pass them around to us.
Okay, she's never going to be able to read my writing. Can I have 20 more seconds, please?
Yeah, I think we got it.
Okay. This would become one of the top 20 tallest buildings in Asheville, and it would completely change the look of this corridor. In my letter, I asked you to drive north on Biltmore from Swananoa River Road and to notice the beautiful landscaping on the right side of the street and the fact that not one building, including all of the hospital buildings, sit anywhere near the street, let alone 10 feet away. Once you pass the last hospital stoplight, you will then go around a blind curve and bam, a 90-foot tall hotel will pop out. You, City Council, are the only people who can prevent this from happening. Please listen to the citizens who have taken their time to write to you, urging you to get our house in order because it's about time. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing? Yes, sir. Kristen. Kristen.
I know it.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I've been a resident of Asheville for 20 years and a homeowner for about 12. And I'm not in favor of this project as it currently stands. And I'm not going to go into a whole lot of reasons because I think my associate has already said that, and I've emailed you with some specific reasons why I think this is a bad idea as it stands. But I do want to point out a few things. One, there's 2 doctors that we know that work at Mission that do not think this will be a really worthwhile hotel for Mission. They don't think it will be used in the way that the developers think it will. 2, a 92-foot solid edifice 10 feet from Biltmore in downtown at the base of South Slope is not a good precedent for this area. It's going to make it feel like you're in a canyon. We can already see that happening in other areas of downtown in Asheville. It's going to ruin the entire feel of the area. Let's see. Another thing is there's a residence inn just on the other side of the hospital, and it's never been entirely clear why we need another one just on this side of the hospital. And the other thing is Monarch Patel seems like a wonderful human being, and I echo Kristen's statement that we have a lot to thank him for, but I don't think that's reason enough to approve a project like this. I think the council needs to come up with a really well-considered plan for how development, and especially hotel development, is going to continue in the city. And along those lines, I'd like to point out this article from the Mountain Express, where in this case, Mayor Manhammer was asked about should the city do more to manage the pace of hotel development? And yes, that was a 2017 election. And then here is another Mountain Express article. These are council members, same question, should the city do more to manage the pace of hotel development? As you can see, everyone here, except for one person, says yes, and specifically Mr. Kapoor, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Weisler also say that. So it seems clear that Asheville as a whole really cares about this issue, and many of you were voted in on this issue. And to turn around and grant approval for this project as it stands right now without a better plan for going forward is not following the will of the people of Asheville. And we've had politicians make lots of promises and break them, and that seems to be the state of affairs in the U.S. at this point. I moved to Asheville because I hoped it would be different. And I'm maybe naive enough to think the people that we vote here in this city will keep their word and will do something to work with the citizens who have voted them in on for this very reason. Thank you. Joel Atias.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Yeah, yes. And I'm sorry, I meant to go to you next. I'm sorry.
Amber Ranks. I hadn't really planned on speaking, but some notes I jotted down, so I apologize. This is not polished whatsoever. I remember back in October thinking now's not the time to take a moral stance. Not on this proposal. Affordable housing is a very complex issue within the city. By the way, I'm a generational native, and I devote much of my free time to social justice, specifically around affordable housing. I live on disability for PTSD, so I understand how expensive it has become to live here. When we see other developments go up that are for affordable housing, they only negotiate 80% AMIs at 10% occupancy for a limit of 10 to 20 years. We're just now starting to see 60% AMIs even talked about. So I see this proposal as helping with affordable housing from the money that they're planning to put towards, I don't know how exactly that's going to go. I don't know if it's going to be a land trust or if it goes to like public housing authority or what, but I mean, that's a positive. I've seen a lot of people say that they need places around Mission, and that checks a box off there. I see too many positives here to say no. I just think that yes, should be the way to go. That's my personal thought. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is C. Stevens, and I live right here on the map. And I have a view of Mount Pisgah that's in this direction. So the idea that this hotel is only going to block the view of one house is ludicrous. I live about 40 feet above Biltmore Avenue, and you got to get all the way to the top of White Fawn before you're 90 feet above Biltmore Avenue, high enough to see over this building. So truthfully, both sides of White Fawn are going to have their view affected, as well as several houses along Buchanan Avenue. I would like to talk about the comprehensive plan and how this building fits within the scope of that document. One of the things that is in the comprehensive plan, one of the themes is to create a livable built environment. The goal is to encourage responsible growth, increase mixed-use development along transit corridors, as well as promote great architecture and urban design. If you look at the map in the comprehensive plan, you see that this building is going into an area that's considered to be a possible downtown expansion. That whole area is currently underutilized with one-story buildings and surface parking. And it would be a great area to connect the new Lee Walker Heights development to downtown by making the area more pedestrian-friendly, as well as having more activated ground floor businesses along that corridor. And it's also on a transit-supportive corridor. It also talks about increasing mixed-use development because that helps to improve the quality and quantity of development. I'm a little nervous, forgive me. But by encouraging mixed-use development, you can reduce sprawl as well as create a greater economic potential. So I don't know if you can stop Mr. Patel from building his project, but you could ask him to include a mixed-use concept in his design by putting some activated ground floor business space there. So when the Lee Walker Heights project gets built, that entire corner is a nice pedestrian-friendly place to be, and it adds value to the neighborhood, as well as helps to extend the zone that is the central business district at this point. So since we're asking for a change in zoning, perhaps you could include that as a condition of the new zoning to put activated ground floor business space in this hotel. Another thing in the...
If you have any written comments, hand them to Maggie.
Oh, it's just about the style, but thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Yes.
Hi, members of City Council, Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. I was also unprepared to speak tonight, but
State your name.
My name is Ellie Wagodsky, and I am a resident of the Oakhurst neighborhood. I live next door to C, so as you pointed out on the map, my house would be about there. I also have a view of Mount Pisgah that would be blocked by this hotel. It is my understanding that Mr. Patel has not directly spoken to the neighbors that sit adjacent to this property, and that they have not given their support of this hotel. In agreement with the rest of my neighbors, we are not fully in opposition to having a hotel at this corner. We would like to see something that is more in keeping with historic Asheville, the architecture that makes our town a desirable tourist destination and a place that makes it a desirable place for us to live. This hotel that he's proposed, this 7-story monstrosity, is not in keeping with our neighborhood. It's not in keeping with the Asheville that we want to present. It's in keeping with something that you would find on Tunnel Road with the rest of his hotels. In addition, with the redevelopment of Lee Walker Heights, it's important to recognize that this neighborhood has no resources. The closest grocery store is 1.9 miles away. That would be the Ingalls on Tunnel Road or the Green Life, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Harris Teeter on Merriman. Both are 1.9 miles away. To create a vibrant neighborhood, let's also remember, so that's going to be over 200 units going in at Lee Walker Heights, over 300 units proposed for the Matthews Ford site right across the street. There's no walking distance convenience store for these people. These are, we're trying to promote affordable housing, and to make that inclusive, you need to have affordable resources. And we all know our transportation system is not necessarily desirable. That doesn't make it convenient to get to better resources in our town. So I think that that's important to take into consideration. I'd also like to echo, I don't understand I'd like to know more about the job training that he's proposed. Are these people and students required to pay? Is he going to, give them a stipend to attend AB Tech to get this training? I'd like to know more about what that looks like. I think Mr. Patel is a respectable businessman. I respect that he is somewhat local, despite his upbringing in the Charlotte area. I think he will do well for has done some great things for our community, but there's more to be considered here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Our new city manager from Charlotte will not take offense to that last remark. But anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, in the back. And our new city attorney.
Yeah. Welcome to Asheville.
Thank you for allowing me to comment on this evening. My name is Kate Briggs, and I live on Florence Street behind the site for the proposed hotel. I'm in support of the project because it will benefit Mission Hospital and support the surrounding area. From what I've seen and heard tonight, I think this project will have a positive impact on the community, and I am looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Yes, the gentleman in the rear.
Hello, how are you guys? I'm Chad Rich. I'm a downtown resident and a local property owner in the area. I'm really supporting this hotel and any development on this corner. That area has turned into a really bad spot. It is not always the best place to be, and I would think this property would be a great spot for this hotel. It's a good development. I think it's a good opportunity for the city. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay. So Wyatt, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Just a couple of things. The height has in part to do with the mandatory setback here because of the adjacent.
Sorry.
Because of the adjacent residential property. I think, as was explained earlier, the height of that structure there is only 25 feet. And if we didn't have to do that setback, then the entire building could be a little bit smaller in order to accommodate the number of rooms. This is not a huge hotel. It may feel like that. It may sound like that when you listen to these. It's 103 rooms. It's well scaled for that site. It's well scaled for that part of the city. I can't believe it is one of the top 20 largest buildings in town. That just doesn't make sense to me, but I didn't have time to research that and verify that claim. In terms of employment, there's 8 housekeepers, but 18 total employees, including management, sales, maintenance. Several of those are salaried level, good employees. In terms of the job training, included in the letters that I submitted at the October meeting was a letter from Kipling Jones. He's a resident of the Veterans Restoration Quarters in Asheville. He's a veteran. He's a beneficiary of ABCCM, and he didn't even know the connection that Monarch had made with Scott Rogers, but Mr. Jones wrote a letter and talked about learning how to work at the Country Inn and Suites with Mr. Patel, and talked about being mentored by him, and he submitted that letter to you. So Mr. Patel and his family, and Pratik Bhatia and his family, these are good people who will build a good project and who will do what they said they will do. No hotel is perfect. We could quibble all day long with it ought to be a little smaller, or we ought to have this, or we ought to have that. This is a reasonable compromise. There were, in fact, a lot of changes made to the design to accommodate the neighbors. Evidently, we didn't go far enough, and I apologize for that. But this is private property. It is permissible under the zoning ordinance, under conditional zoning, for you to approve exactly this project as the staff has recommended, and I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions before we, of the applicant? Clarifications? Okay, thank you. The public hearing is closed. Do I have questions, comments, or a motion from council?
I'm just going to make a quick comment. I'm not going to be thank you, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be supporting this. I have been protective of the downtown area and to build more hotel rooms as opposed to possibly converting other buildings into hotel rooms. I just don't think, I don't think we need that in our downtown area, and I view this as definitely in our downtown area. And as to the argument that Mission Hospital needs more extended stay rooms, within a mile of Mission Hospital right now, not including any of the hotels that aren't built. We have 181 rooms within a mile, and within 2 miles, which I would argue is pretty close, we have 1,430 rooms. So arguing that we have a need for more extended stay rooms close to Mission Hospital doesn't ring very true to me. So I won't be supporting this tonight.
I would like to say something. I'm hearing a lot of conversation about protecting downtown and protecting the communities around. But I wonder, where was the rally cry when the community behind this facility was all Black family owners? Nobody stood up. Nobody was there to protect and preserve the historic richness of this community. But now that a hotel is coming forth, then you hear everyone speaking against and speaking for the preservation of something that they call rich. I'm voting in favor of this hotel tonight, and not for that reason, but I thought it was just worth mentioning who we protect and how we protect, who we speak up for, when we speak up for. Where was a community benefit agreement when people were being pushed out? How about their protection to have such scenic view of Mount Pisgah? Those considerations and those comforts were not even considered in the vocabulary or heart of Asheville. So I want us to consider that, not to shame and not to blame. You can carry this comment with you or you can leave it here. But there's been a lot lost in that community. White Fawn, Buchanan. I didn't know it to be the Whitehurst community, but I remember the many families who would love to still be there now and love to have this type of protection.
Anybody else wishing to?
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Gwen said, and I can't say it any better than I thought Kristen did tonight, and I will be voting against this as well.
This is also the opportunity to entertain any motions, if anyone has a motion. But that does not foreclose the opportunity to make a comment.
So I will move to approve the conditional zoning for 324 Biltmore Avenue from regional business RB to lodging expansion conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, and is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan in that 1, the proposal is aligned with the future land use map and the Living Asheville comprehensive plan. 2, the development is located within close proximity to medical and commercial uses that would be well served by the proposed use. 3, the project is walkable to downtown and directly accessible to transit. And 4, the proposed hotel is an active use that would contribute to the vibrancy of this area of the city.
There's a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second. And I just want to add a couple things, comments from what I've heard tonight. So I think, you know, we've got the general no hotels conversation and movement still out there. And my position has been and still is that unless and until we decide as a body that we are not going to build any more hotels in this city, then I'm going to look at each one individually. We all look at these differently, but that's where I come from. And, so I'll just leave it there. And so one of the things that I look at for each hotel is what are the community benefits that this hotel brings? And actually it's not just hotels, it's really almost any development. And $500,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which equals our annual investment, I'll add, and $125,000 for a playground at Lee Walker that was not funded, and which the Housing Authority has scraped together the money for that project. So $125,000 is not an insignificant amount. And the job training program and simply the partnership between the Housing Authority and Mountain Housing Opportunities, those are benefits, community benefits enough for me to support this project. Some of the other things that I've heard here are about the size, the placement, the impact. I think what that gets to is the different visions that people have. And in my view, this does have a pretty minimal impact on the adjacent neighborhood. This things that front on Biltmore Avenue. What happens on that corridor is not really so much about the neighborhood behind. Biltmore Avenue is a commercial corridor, or it will always be a commercial corridor. That's what's going to get built there. The impact is primarily on that immediately adjacent house, and I think the steps that the developer has taken to reduce the impacts to that particular house, going above and beyond what's required, is to be commended. This is also the improvement of a vacant lot. That's not helping anybody right now. And in terms of the size, it is consistent with what is likely coming. So if you look at our comprehensive plan, downtown is moving down Biltmore Avenue. It is not, so that is the relevant piece to look at, is what's coming down from downtown, not what's coming up from the Swananoa River. That's the Mission Hospital campus, essentially. But this development is likely more consistent with what is going to be coming from downtown, which is going to be taller. It's going to be taller buildings. That's what we're going to have. That's just what's going to be in that corridor. It's going to be becoming a more urban corridor, which also means those buildings are likely to be right up on the sidewalk, just like we have downtown. So that is, that's maybe a design preference, but that's the urban corridor that's going to be developing there. I'll also, just because I'm a staunch defender of transit and our much maligned, I feel like I have to step up every time our transit system gets a little bit maligned. There are 3 transit lines that go right by this street, 3 of them. Oh, and they're also providing a bus shelter. So, this to me is consistent with what is going to go here, what should go here, what could go here, and again the public benefits. And to the point about housing and just housing in general and affordable housing in particular, I always want to see more housing, absolutely always want to see more housing. But there are going to be hundreds of units of housing and affordable housing right across the street from this. And if I were a hotel developer, an apartment multifamily developer, that might not be where I would want to put something, because there are going to be some really awesome housing right across the street, hundreds of units. So I will be supporting it for all those reasons.
All right, I'm going to make a couple of comments here. I know this developer's been through a lot in this process, and I want to thank them, because I think when they brought this project forward last time, it began a pretty important conversation we need to have, and we need to continue to have in Asheville. At that time, I made the comment that my sense of our fiscal situation from a city standpoint is that the resident property taxpayers in Asheville are essentially subsidizing to an extent the tourism industry, just because of the way the city is funded. The city of Asheville receives revenues from property taxes primarily, and then secondarily sales tax, and then some fees. But because of the tax structure in North Carolina, we're not able to harness visitor taxes very well, and therefore we are left with a deficiency in the funding we need to improve the city, whether it's repave the street or build a sidewalk or pay police officers and firefighters, whatever it is. And after I made those comments right here in this chamber during that application, the Tourism Development Authority responded strongly. They did not necessarily agree. They pointed out that tourism as a pillar of our economy boosts so many different people's lives, both professionally and in a business sense, and that therefore we see additional revenues because of that component of our economy. I don't disagree, but it still leaves the city in a difficult position from a revenue standpoint. So in addition to that, the Tourism Development Authority said they engaged, and they have engaged, a consultant to look at a multi-year plan to fund capital through the room tax in conjunction with the city. And what that means is essentially for people who pay property taxes in Asheville, the to-do list of all the capital projects we have will be somewhat offset by the room tax, which does not flow directly to the city. It flows to the Tourism Development Authority. That is the kind of change that I needed to see personally before I could move forward with considering another hotel. That conversation is not over. That plan is not finalized. We also need to continue to look at revenue diversification, and we've been doing that as a council. We did not have a workshop on hotels, which was not the intent. We had a workshop on revenue diversification. What are the other options we can consider as a city for revenues to help continue to fund the infrastructure needs of the city? We've not only had a work session on that, I've personally had the opportunity to make that presentation to numerous different groups. That is going to continue to be a challenging conversation. We're looking at things like a possibility of a food and beverage tax, a 1/4-cent sales tax for transit, which is one of our biggest costs, and that will be an ongoing conversation. Those are taxes that better tax visitors. They're not perfect. So there isn't a perfect way other than the room tax. So that's why that's an important part of the conversation, that the TDA came to the table since our last conversation, willing to explore that and make a commitment to helping fund capital in the city on a long-term basis. I also do recall during the last election making the promise to look at better managing hotel growth in the city. One significant change that has happened since the last election is that this council changed the entire process for hotel applications. It used to be that many hotel applications didn't even need to come to council for consideration. And now all of them do. And what that does is that gives us an opportunity to have a discussion about each application on its own merit. And I think for that reason, because we changed that process, you're seeing a lot more skin in the game from hotel applicants. And in this case, we're talking about $500,000 for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We're talking about $125,000 for a playground at a public housing neighborhood across the street. We're talking about a commitment to jobs. So those are the kinds of components to an application that we would not have seen under the old system, where an application didn't have to come to this council. So I would offer, if the interpretation of that commitment was to eliminate all hotel development in the city, that unless we have a formal moratorium passed by this council, which we haven't done, and those are short-term at best, then we can do nothing other than consider each application on a case-by-case basis. So I just, for me, this is challenging. I will say at our council retreat on Friday, Councilman Young made the point more than once, which I think is an important point, which is, we definitely have a voice. We have voices in our community that say, I don't want the city to grow anymore. This isn't the city that I moved to, or it's not the city I grew up in. But at the same time, I want funding for all of these different projects that require funding. And it is impossible to have no growth and to also have funding. So those are just to think about kind of in the bigger scheme of things, just generally around development, whether it's a hotel or it's an apartment complex or whatever the proposal is, that's something to keep in mind. So this is a difficult decision for me. I'm not committing to approving every hotel that comes before us. I appreciate the demonstration that this particular applicant is making in conjunction with this application, but more importantly to me, I'm seeing a shift in the autonomous entity that is the Tourism Development Authority in committing to a partnership with us to help dedicate some of that room tax to the infrastructure needs we have in the city, and that's very important. I'm done with my diatribe now. Did you have any comments? No. Okay. All right. Anybody else? No. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Raise your hand. Aye. And all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. 4-3, the motion carries. Folks, I think we don't have a closed session, but what I'd like to do is take a 15-minute break and let everyone sort of shift around. I know some people want to leave, some people are going to stay. So we will let Okay, the people in favor. And the people opposed. We will come back at 7:40. How about that? Is that good? 7:40.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is a rezoning request for the property located at 1 South Tunnel Road. This is the northern end of the Asheville Mall property and which currently supports the Sears department store. The property is currently zoned regional business. It's almost 16 acres. And in addition to the vacant Sears store, it supports, as you can see, a fair amount of surface parking. There are 3 primary access points into the property. The main access point being located here. This is one of the main entrances into the mall and will be probably the primary entrance into this project area. We have a second access point located here. Oh, I'm sorry, this is off of South Tunnel Road, I should have mentioned. We have a second access point located here via this access drive that comes off of Tunnel Road. And then the third access point located here at the end of Bracketttown Road, which is accessed via White Pine and Tunnel Road. There is a fourth access point located here. I'll just point out it's, I would say, a secondary cross access between the subject property and the larger Asheville Mall property at the rear, behind the stores and the developments. The proposal is to rezone the property from regional business to mixed-use expansion conditional zone in order to allow for the redevelopment of the property that results in a new mixed-use development with approximately 120,000 square feet of commercial space and approximately 225,000 square feet of residential space, which totals about 205 units. The units will be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. While the property is currently zoned RB, in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, it is identified as town center, as is the property, the surrounding commercial properties, as you can see on the Exhibit C. Details of the project are probably best understood by looking at the proposed site plan. There are 6 new buildings proposed, plus 1 repurposed building, which is the existing Sears Auto Center that would be renovated and repurposed for commercial uses. In the location of the former Sears store that would be demolished, we would have the most significant part of the property, which is the addition of these buildings, the most significant of which is Building B. Building B is a 6-story building made up of a 5-story residential tower that sits atop a single-story tall commercial podium. On the north end of Building B is a 2.5-story parking deck that is physically attached. It also in this project is some significantly reconfigured surface parking throughout, some landscape enhancements, including a widened buffer at the rear of the property that is adjacent to the single-family neighborhood. There are also new sidewalks throughout the project area and the addition of some sharrows to promote some bike connectivity. All development projects, including these conditional zonings, are evaluated for their ability to comply with the UDO. This project largely meets many of the mixed-use expansion and UDO development standards that would be applied, some of the more significant of which include it is a higher density project that capitalizes on the more efficient use of land, primarily with Building B. It provides a mix of uses, again, most significantly in Building B. There are new 10-foot wide sidewalks, not throughout the entire development, but along the South Tunnel corridor at the top of the property, and then into the center of the project area. And there is density throughout. If you evaluate density based on the entire parcel size, it's about 13 units an acre, which we would not consider high density. But what is typical of mixed-use expansion and town center properties is we look to see the property to be sort of subdivided with a compact urban street grid. And if you look at just this project area, it's about 35 units an acre, maybe a little bit more. And that falls within what we would like to see in a mixed-use expansion district, which is 35 to 70 units, depending on whether or not there's affordable housing included. Other improvements with the project include a reduction in addressing a number of nonconformities, which includes a reduction in the impervious surfaces. This is a net reduction and brings the property into compliance. It's currently not in compliance. There is some fairly significant redesign of the existing surface parking. Most of the surface parking that's out there today is non-compliant, dimensionally non-compliant. There is a widened landscape buffer, again, at the rear of the property that's adjacent to the single-family neighborhood. It's being widened from anywhere from, I think, 10 to 30 feet to be 30 feet throughout. And there are some additional landscape enhancements that, while don't bring the property fully into compliance, is an improvement over the existing condition. However, this project does not fully comply, and included in the documents for the project is the Exhibit B1, which is a list of conditions, and that list identifies a number of exceptions to the mixed-use expansion and UDO development standards, such as again, it doesn't meet all of the landscape requirements, particularly for the parking lot and building impact. There are a number of sidewalks that are not 10 feet wide. That is the standard for the mixed-use expansion district. The building footprint, the overall massing, and the height exceed what is normally allowed for building B, rather, just building B, for the mixed-use expansion district. And a number of the buildings are set back more than 25 feet from the primary corridors. In addition to evaluating a project for its ability to comply with the UDO, we also look at the project's ability to support the city's comprehensive plan. This project has a lot of positive features, and and to some degree it does align with the vision for town center, which is described on the future land use map, particularly in that it re-energizes a commercial center. It provides some vertical density in building B, and it provides some improved multimodal access with the sharrows and the sidewalks, and it designates 10% or 21 units to be affordable. Despite this, staff continues to have concern and does not support the project, primarily because it does not include what we believe to be the most defining characteristic of a town center project, and that is to incorporate a compact urban street grid with smaller blocks and pedestrian facilities to promote walkability, with multi-story buildings fronting the streets. As described in the comprehensive plan, town centers should serve as second cities outside of the downtown area. More specifically, we expect them to promote an urban village kind of environment, typical of what we would find in Biltmore Village or Biltmore Park Town Square, or even parts of Haywood Road. Despite the concern expressed by staff, the Planning and Zoning Commission did support this project with a vote of 5-2 at their January 14th meeting. The project, as it is currently designed, appears to be more consistent with the urban corridor designation in the Living Asheville plan as opposed to town center, in that it is more focused on moving cars and has a more suburban design typology. The plan does describe that urban corridor areas may move towards a more mixed-use form with some infill, with some pedestrian enhancements, but would probably fall short of really meeting that urban village kind of feel. That concludes my introduction. Be happy to answer any questions.
Shannon, do you have a site plan that's kind of marked up to show what would better fit our comp plan? And I know I sort of saw some.
It's really rough, but I can grab one really.
Just something to give us an idea of why staff at this point is not supporting the project. Oh, there's stuff. If you could orient it the same way, just for yes. Thanks. Okay, kind of show us how this
is very rough. But generally speaking, as just a good design principle, is to have inside an urban village area, is to have blocks that are not greater than 500 feet, somewhere between 350 and 500 feet, and then to have all of the buildings fronting on those roads. And so what you see kind of here in the blue purple are what could be designated road rights of way. And then once you establish the street network, you would design your buildings to sort of front on, as an example, that would be the existing repurposed automotive center. So if you could pull this road in, this is kind of proposing to maybe shift the existing
That's where the
entrance.
proposed entrance is,
Yeah.
and so move it over.
Move it over a little bit if that were practical, and then, maybe place, what they had proposed, these two smaller buildings, maybe place those over here so that you can kind of create this streetscape environment where you have your two-story plus buildings sort of framing the environment. You have your pedestrian zones in front of the structures. That would be more what we're looking for. Sometimes we expect town center properties to sort of evolve over time. So what is critical at this stage is to establish that compact urban grid pattern, whatever that may be. We wouldn't necessarily expect to have every bit of it designed and developed, but just that the framework could be there that could support and guide that future development.
And then the dashed lines there depict pedestrian
Probably
movement?
more like pedestrian connections. The one amenity to this project is this very significant urban plaza, which I should have mentioned and highlighted earlier. I mean, that is definitely an urban gathering place and would support those pedestrian connections. In some instances, like in Biltmore Village, they would have even a smaller block pattern. We wouldn't necessarily expect to see that here, but this could actually be additional road connections if that was something that was desired.
Since the time this project was heard in planning and zoning, I know a number of changes were made that were of particular concern of the neighboring properties. Can you, such as I think the buffer, whether or not there was going to be any kind of green space internal to the project, a walking path, those kinds of things now, as my understanding, have all been addressed?
There were 4 conditions requested by the Planning and Zoning Commission. During the meeting, the applicant committed to 2 of the 4. After the meeting, they subsequently added the other 2. The 2 that they added included the affordable housing component and the sidewalk along Bracketttown. The 2 that were agreed to during the meeting was the widening of the buffer and
something else.
No, it wasn't a park. The park wasn't actually discussed. I think that was something that has just sort of come up in conversation off and on throughout.
But they've agreed to that as well?
I think the neighborhood has brought it up. I think the commission may have mentioned it, but it wasn't one of the recommended conditions.
But is it currently made, the dog park currently now a new condition added since the PNC?
No, there's no requirement. There's been no requirement for a park. I'm sorry.
I guess what I'm asking is they've agreed to do it. Can we
yes.
make it a condition?
The applicant this is a slightly revised plan over what was originally posted as part of the projects that came in this morning, and it does include this sort of what they've labeled as a micro park, whether that's a dog park or a park of some other kind, we're not sure, but it is a small green space area.
It is micro.
I think the applicant may have more thoughts about what that could be. So
And there
I would
was
defer
one
to
other
them.
4th condition that we'll remember about, somebody will remember. Okay.
I can look it up in my notes.
All right. So do you all have any questions of Shannon before we let her go and hear from the applicant? Yes.
Yeah, I do. So Shannon, can you link this back in terms of your staff's position, that they're not in support of this? Can you link that back to the comprehensive plan? Like, help us understand a little bit in terms of what, I know you guys have kind of talked about what you were looking for, but in terms of the comprehensive plan, the properties like these are things that we're looking to have them set up in the way that you were describing. Is that right?
Because the property is designated as town center, in the future land use
It was a terribly asked question, by the way. Thank you for saying that.
Which is incorporated by reference in the comprehensive plan, or specifically is incorporated into the comprehensive plan. There's a number of different designations that are identified in the plan. Town center is one of them, and that's what's been assigned to this and the surrounding areas. And then within the plan, there's more detailed description of what we would expect to see. And it is essentially sort of a vision, but it describes a compact urban street environment, very walkable, up to 10 stories, depending on the surrounding context, very vibrant, lively, that kind of thing. So.
Any other questions of Shannon before she? Shannon, I would just ask, I know there was some, we received a number of emails about this project, and one of them, piece of some of the emails talks about the height of the project. Can you tell us what is the height and whether or not, how that fits in with the code requirements?
Sure. So the mixed-use expansion district caps height out at 80 feet, and we measure height based on, it's measured from the point of entry, the main point of entry, to the ceiling of the highest occupiable floor. So this particular project, if you measure height in that way, it would be 92 feet. So it exceeds the maximum height by 12 feet. There is some additional equipment on top, and so sometimes people will describe the overall height as being 110 or 102 feet, maybe. So a little bit taller than what I think a lot of people might expect. The town center description describes 2 to 10 stories, depending on the surrounding context. So that is a little bit subjective depending on your perspective. So the plan does exceed what would normally be allowed. When a development project proposes to exceed a standard in some way, we kind of look to see, well, what is the public benefit? What are the merits of the project that might help mitigate or balance that impact? And in this particular case, it provides some affordable units, and so that would be, something that we would consider a reasonable trade-off.
Okay. And then also traffic. I know that one of the issues at the P&Z level was the sidewalk on what I've now learned is called Bracketttown Road, and I believe that's just the private internal road, right? That comes off and into the, I didn't know it had a name, but apparently it has a name. So what about did staff look at any traffic impacts on the public roads around the project as a result of this project?
So this project, because of its size and scale, did trigger a traffic impact study. That study also had to go through review and approval by the NCDOT. So the NCDOT, because this project has significant frontage on DOT-controlled roads, also weighed in, and they recommended a number of changes that would have to occur as it relates to this project. Most of those occur on the roads or within their right-of-way. The DOT did, I think, the DOT and the traffic impact study, I think, to some degree, did look at the connection to Bracketttown Road. It did not recommend any particular improvements or other changes to that intersection.
Well, apparently I had a bunch of questions, but does anybody else have any? Okay, thanks. So if there's a representative from the applicant who would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is Lou Bissett. I represent Seritage Growth Properties. We've got Paul Dorelli, who is here from Seritage tonight. He'll be able to speak to you and answer questions. We've also got Greg Harnish, who is the engineer, did the site plan, Tony Gassetti, who's the architect, and we do have our traffic engineer here if you do have any questions about traffic. I want you to look at this as a great project. It's one that I've been as excited about as any I've done in a long time. And I'm going to leave that up here for the moment. As Shannon indicated, it's a mixed-use project. It's got entertainment in it. It's got retail. It's got 205 multifamily units, 21 of which will be dedicated to affordable housing for 20 years. We started, the pre-app meeting for this project was in November of 2017. And so, and I think we met the first time with the neighborhood in December of 2017. And we've continuously done revisions to this project since then. Shannon discussed many of them, including the buffer, and we've agreed to put an 8-foot fence through the buffer. We're agreeing tonight to do a 5-foot walking path through there, which would connect with the dog park. And just yesterday, we did a number of of revisions, and we'll talk about that. But some of the parking, one of the planning's problems was parking in the front on the access road. We took that out, activated the front of that building, included a patio, and then on the other side, we took all of the in and out, the angled parking out, put in parallel parking, and we did some more improvements in the back, which we'll go over with you in a minute. So, we think it's a great adaptive reuse project for the abandoned Sears store, which is, as you all know, a wreck. Now, we're here under the mixed use expansion ordinance. And as you know, the Living Asheville plan was adopted about midway through our project. I mean, I guess that was last July maybe. So we had been into this 8 or 9 months before then. But we still believe we comply. And if you look at the if you look at the staff report, and Shannon went through a number of those. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pros. And then if you go down to the cons, I've got a number of cons here, but we had 3 cons, but we took a number of those out with our changes last night. So what I would ask you to think about as you're doing this is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a good, very good project. It cannot be perfect for a lot of reasons. We're not starting from a perfectly square piece of flat land. We've got reuse. We're going to be reusing the auto building. We're going to be reusing part of the base of the old Sears building. There are retaining walls on this property. There are topographical problems. There are agreements with the mall that we have to abide by. So what I'm saying to you is, if you've got the mixed-use expansion ordinance, which is the statute under which we operate, and you've got the Living Asheville comprehensive plan, we think we've got to meet the requirements here, and we think we can't get to perfect, but we think we've gotten a pretty good ways up that, and I think what planning wants to do can continue in the future and build on our project. I notice in the report it says there's no fiscal impact. Well, I can tell you that Sears building is now valued on the tax rolls at $11 million. This project will quadruple that. So you'll have a 40 million plus project for your tax rolls. So once again, think about, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a great project for our city, a great project for the developer, and a great project for the people of Asheville, because they've signed a lease with and I know you can't consider this, but they've already signed a lease with a movie theater group for in there. There'll be restaurants, and there'll be 205 mid-range apartments in there, plus the affordable housing. So with all of those pros, I would ask you to consider very strongly approving this project. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Paul Dorelli from Seritage.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, City Manager. My name is Paul Dorelli. I'm Senior Vice President of Development with Seritage Growth Properties. Lou calls it Seritage, but that's okay because our chairman does as well. It's very exciting to be here tonight. I oversee development of all of our large-scale portfolio around the country. I don't know how to toggle through this, but we had a few slides at the beginning that were a little bit about the company. But we were okay, great, thank you. It wasn't so hard. The Seritage Growth Properties was a new company formed a little under 4 years ago. We were spun out of Sears as a new company. We went public on the New York Stock Exchange, raised capital, and then bought from Sears 235 Sears and Kmart properties around the country, every state except Vermont. Our goal really was to unlock the value of the underlying real estate. And in doing that, I come from a background as a land use lawyer, doing what Lou and Bob do here for 20 years, and have done extensive work primarily in the large-scale redevelopment realm. And it's always a challenge, and to me much more interesting when you're dealing with a redevelopment site than a greenfield. And I think we're faced with some of those challenges and opportunities here tonight. But as we go through our mission, it's really to transform underutilized assets like this one here at the mall in Asheville, and create opportunities that provide an enriched experience involving retail, food and beverage, entertainment, and mixed-use environments, and create value for our shareholders. And we really do strive to focus on what is that enriched experience. Coming into these type of environments, though, is very challenging, and is a tremendous balance among the different interests here. We come into an existing mall. We do have cross agreements with the mall. They have consent rights over this plan. They raise concerns over parking, access, things that are important to the overall plan. We come in with tenant commitments. If we can't lease a property, we won't have a successful property. We'll have vacant storefronts. So when we look at the opportunity to bring quality tenants to the property, they absolutely look at convenience and access to parking. So when we look at things that were brought up on that last with the purple grid of shoving all the buildings together with no parking in front of them, I can tell you those spaces will not be successfully leased as if we spread them a little bit and even provide 2 rows of parking so that there's a feeling of some parking at the front door. Those things are critical. We signed a lease with Alamo Draft House, which is a Cinebistro type of concept. It was important to them to have a view corridor, from their entry to Tunnel Road, even though they're set far back. So we have a certain zone that's a protected view corridor. We tried to limit that so we can still place the buildings close together. And we have worked extensively with the community. We started with a community meeting, as Lou had pointed out, over a year ago. We've had extensive conversations, and we've made a lot of adjustments to the plan. We delayed our planning and zoning board hearings several times in order to continue to make adjustments and accommodations that we felt we were hearing were important to both the neighbors and staff. As late as to yesterday, when the council and our planner huddled together with staff to make some final refinements in terms of taking the angled parking off in front of the buildings and instead putting in parallel parking, which again loses parking spaces, but we were willing to do that if it was important to staff. The things that we are doing to enhance the experience interface between the project and the neighborhood include that widened buffer, the installation of the 8-foot fence all along the rear of the property, and I think we have been a good neighbor in the things we've been able to do to accommodate them. From a height standpoint, we started at 6 stories. We brought it down to 5 stories. So I think as we look at this, again, the grid concept is new. It was really just brought to our attention in the last number of days. So it's challenging for us to go now rethink regridding out the access lines. But I think if you look at the plan, and if I could toggle over to this graphic.
It'll pop up in just a second.
Sure. I think what you'll see is we have a grid. It may not be a perfect square grid, but we have what's already indicated on Shannon's plan. We have a grid that's coming in the property. Instead of bringing it right in front of the auto center building where we would lose the proximate parking and make that very challenging to lease, we bring it in sort of on the same alignment. We double line, so we create that experience internal. I think you saw in the rendering how lovely that area really is with landscaping. We widen the sidewalks at staff's request when we turn the spaces parallel. We have a wide sidewalk coming through to bring the people off that dare to come down Tunnel Road by foot. Will come into the property this way and engage our pedestrian plaza. We have a grid off the main access already. This is the main entry point into the mall. We have a grid that goes this way. It has a little bend in it, again, to moderate the size of this plaza so it's not oversized, but it's really going to be a great hub of activity with restaurants and cafe seating and a fountain feature in the middle. So there's plenty of pedestrian connectivity up into this. We already have vehicular travel around the site on all of the access points that you saw in the purple already. So we think we achieved that gridding already. We're not starting with a greenfield site where we can stamp out a new town. We have to work with what we have, and we think we have, and we've in good faith gone through a lot of paces to get here. We would respectfully request your approval tonight and a finding of consistency with the growth plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions either about ourselves, about the project, or any other information I can provide.
I would ask you, first of all, what I would say is I think it's really exciting to have a redevelopment of the Sears at the mall. I mean, I think that in general, that's a good thing. This side of the mall has gradually been dying, and it used to be a very busy place many years ago. So I think, I think we're going to see, I hope we're going to see more reuse of older properties in the city that have become defunct. So just in general, I don't, I feel positive about the project. I am concerned that we have outstanding issues with the projects meeting the comprehensive plan we adopted this last summer, specifically for this area. The description includes, it uses the word grid. I've read the description. Building development with a grid-like pattern. We have some examples of where that's happened in Asheville already. And I think, I'm wondering if we, you mentioned that this just came up, but the comp plan was adopted in the summer, and I know since at the P&Z meeting and since that time, there's been some discussion around this. I know it's been difficult because we don't have folks that are interacting with our planning staff here every day that are able to make the call on this project in terms of any kinds of changes. So that makes it logistically a little difficult. With all that said, if we were to kick this out and give this some more time and push this hearing off a month or so, would you all be able to go back to the drawing board and look and see if the grid suggestion would work for this site? What that would look like? We are committing, the city is committing to a pretty big study of the whole Tunnel Road corridor. And we're excited about the redevelopment opportunities all along Tunnel Road. We want to get it right. So we want to make sure that this sort of inaugural redevelopment sets the stage for future redevelopment. Mm-hmm. And so we don't, I think if we start saying, well, we're gonna bend the rules here and bend the rules there, and we're gonna stray from a comp plan that a lot of people gave input on, that gives me some heartburn. So I'm just putting it out there to you, whether that would be a consideration you all would take advantage of.
It's a challenging proposition for us. We have a signed lease that was signed some time ago. We pushed off the planning and zoning hearing several times to deal with the issues we heard from staff at that point, which didn't focus on the grid. So the grid is a new topic, although the growth plan was adopted some months ago. And I'm not sure from what I can certainly have our civil explain some of the challenges with the topography in terms of trying to bring that access road right in front of the auto center. We do have a steep drop across the property from Tunnel Road down, and then just the limitation on the parking that would provide in front. I don't know that I would come back with any meaningful concessions that would meet the reality of being able to lease that from our leasing standpoint. I don't want to, see us denied tonight, but I feel like I'm not comfortable saying that we would come back with meaningful changes based on just the existing site constraints. The limitations, I can tell you, I've had conversations with them all. They are very concerned about overburdening their front parking field, and so they're concerned that we have an adequate amount out in front. So the idea of putting 3 rows of buildings instead of 2, making that parallel parking where we really then do minimize the amount of parking out front is not going to bode well with our need to get consent from the mall owners. So I think when that I go back and I have to, and again, I'm on the management team, but I'm not on the executive team, so this goes up the chain. I think when they look at the reality of being able to secure those approvals from the mall, lease the space, and I did get approval yesterday after the meeting happened with staff, and what I thought were the last few accommodations, including some of the additional green space in the back, the micro dog park, the parallel parking, the removal of the parking at the end cap of the auto center and activation of that end cap. You know, I was of the understanding that those were kind of the final nits, and I was able to get approval from my executive team on that last night and relayed that back to Bob. So I feel like we're back again today with some new issues that weren't part of the previous conversation. So I'm kind of in a rock and a hard spot, and so I would ask, as you discuss it, if there's not support to move it forward, that I don't want to see a no vote tonight. I would just ask you as you talk about that to keep that in mind. And I'm not trying to be resistant. As I said, I've done this as a land use lawyer for 20 years, and I'm always looking to find solutions when there is one. I think we've really come a long way to address the concerns, and we're dealing with a comprehensive plan is kind of the vision. There's never 100% consistency, but I think we're better than good. As Lou put it, I think we're great in terms of what we do and the linkages we provide in the public spaces and realm that we are going to provide, that is going to be a significant enhancement. And we're very excited as a company to park our resources here. We have 230 sites or so around the country, and we make the strategic decisions on where to allocate our capital. We've got about 70 projects in various stages now, and we're committed to investing our capital here, and we would look for your support in helping us do that and bringing up the tax base. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the time here, sir. You described yourself being between a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure if we're the rock or the hard place on council right now, but on a personal level, I would like to see this project move forward. But like the mayor, I have heartburn as well here in terms of not having staff completely on board with this. And look, we understand this is a complex project, and I did some mediation back in the day, and you get sort of a feeling when you're working on something whether someone's an impasse or not. And just hearing you talk and hearing staff talk, I don't feel yet that you're at an impasse, so to speak, on this. And I also don't want to vote this down tonight. I really don't. But like the mayor said, I think there's a good opportunity here to see if there is some possibility to get closer to the comprehensive plan. And so as I spoke with some of the attorneys prior to this, when they were meeting with us, this is what I told them. I said, look, I would love to see this project go forward, but I would have a lot of difficulty supporting it if staff wasn't on board with that. And that's still where I am tonight. So that's not me saying I want an absolute no on this. It's me saying, I think it's a lot of us saying, we understand, we appreciate how far you all have come on this, but we're just wondering, at least I'm just wondering, if there's an opportunity to get there a little bit further. Understanding that you can't make the call tonight, right? We get that. But there may be some folks who can after having this conversation. Because again, understanding that perhaps from your end the mall won't let you do it, understand some of the other rationale and reasons for that would be helpful to someone like me, who is evaluating this, and who as an elected official would essentially, in this kind of position, if we were to approve this, essentially, go against the professional opinion of our staff, which as a layperson, as an elected person, that's kind of a tough thing for me to do as well. So I'm sure as an attorney, you can understand that as well.
I would also add that the Planning and Zoning Board, also supported it 5-2. So I think after they've weighed all the data, and I don't necessarily understand fully the dynamic, but that board did find, that we were consistent, and we had some staff concerns at that time that we did work through and make those additional commitments and brought back. So I think with those commitments to the planning board and then additional commitments beyond that working with staff, I want you to know that we've made positive overtures and continue to refine it.
Well, and I would offer our relationship with them often is they will make a recommendation in hopes that the remaining items are fixed by the time they get here. So sometimes, most of the time we can do that.
Can I just say a couple things? Yeah, so I am kind of where VJ and Esther are on this. This is, if the mall is a pig, this is a tremendous amount of really good lipstick. It's just so much better.
Ouch.
I'm sorry, I think malls are, I'm not a mall fan.
She doesn't go to the mall.
I don't go to the mall. But this is so much better. This is a vast improvement. You are in the unfortunate position of being the first to redevelop in one of our town centers. And we do have a very particular vision for that is not just about the street grid. The curve in the street in there doesn't give me any heartache at all. What gives me heartache, as I've expressed to Lou, is I want these buildings to be taller. Not necessarily the one in the back, but these up here. That's the way we create the kind of urban new town center that we want. It's not single-story buildings with parking, right in front like that. And so you're just sort of you're kind of the test case. And to Esther's point, if we say yes to this, that doesn't have the density, the height, the feel that we're looking for, I feel like we've shot ourselves in the foot going forward with all of the others. And we have a number of other big sites like this that are just now, mall sites with terrible buildings and huge amounts of surface parking. And we've got to figure out a way to retrofit that. I was just looking at I was looking on the plans. You're working with a firm called Woolpert, if that's the way you pronounce it.
Yeah, there are civil engineering firms.
Right. So I've gone to their website to see, well, do they do any projects like we're talking about? And the one that I have found on the website, which I had to dig a little bit to find, is called the Proscenium, and it is a great, dense, mixed use with green space and all of that. Now, this may have been a green space development, and I realize that is a very different thing than coming in and retrofitting. But that is more of what we're looking for here. The other thing that I've just been thinking ever since this project came up is, your company in having all of these Sears sites has the opportunity, the enormous opportunity to create great development around the country. Not just good development, but great new urbanist, dense, mixed-use development. And again, this is close. It is really close, but it's not quite there for me.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions for the developer? Any other? All right, well, unless you have any other comments, we'll open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Go from there. Okay. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to comment on this item? Yes, sir. And again, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Watch the lights on the lectern, and note the buzzer. Means stop.
So I'd like to lobby for my 10 minutes.
Yes, so do you have 3
personnel.
people?
Yes.
3 people who are yielding their time, which means you don't have to all yield. I just need 3 people. But if you don't want to, but that means you will not be speaking on this item. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rick Freeman. I'm the president of the Kenilworth Forest Residents Association. And so I represent the board of directors of Kenilworth Forest. We're the only residential property adjacent to the Asheville Mall. While we support development, there are issues that we see as well. And we have collaborated with other neighborhoods and expressed those issues, and other neighborhoods will probably be speaking after me. For 15 months, we've been negotiating with Seritage, working with Planning and Urban Design, Transportation Department to try to resolve some of these issues. And I had sent a brief issue statement to all of you a few days ago so that none of this would come as a surprise. So my goal in this period of time is to identify the solutions that we have come to, because there is good news in this, and to make sure that the issues that remain are clear and straightforward to you. We have members of the neighborhood who are dressed in red. That's kind of our calling card. Often when a neighborhood speaks up at a city council meeting, they're trying to convince you to stop a development. That is not our objective. We want a beautiful replacement for the Sears building. As many of you spoke, there are just some gaps in where this is today that leaves us with pause that we have not been able to reconcile. We like a lot of the goals. We like the center. We like the entertainment. You know, this is somewhat walkable from our long, narrow development. And we're happy that finally at the end, affordable housing was included because we know how important that is. I'd like to say at this time that there have been many last-minute changes that the public is not up to speed on. For example, I heard about a dog park for the very first time tonight, and I'm not sure that the residents who are going to be immediately behind that dog park have even had a chance to think about what that might mean. So I guess I'm encouraging everyone to think about a delay so that we can consume some of this last-minute negotiation that's been going on for the last couple days, because documents haven't been released for us to see. Our top problem is traffic. Can we switch back to this for a second? Brackettown Road, you can't really see it on this drawing, but Brackettown Road lets out onto White Pine Drive. There are approximately 5 car lengths between the intersection of Brackettown Road, White Pine, and Tunnel Road. Per the traffic impact study, there's going to be an increase in traffic at rush hour and a much larger impact in traffic during the busy commercial days on Saturdays. We already have a problem where people exiting the mall block White Pine Drive so residents can't actually get out of their neighborhood. They're pulling out on Brackettown Road, trying to slip over to the left so they can make a left-hand turn on Tunnel and go north, and they don't pay attention to the fact that there's cross traffic and that they shouldn't block, and we have that problem. And someday, somebody's going to get hurt because it's a steep grade, and if it's slippery, our residents are not going to be able to stop. The traffic impact study, NCDOT, favors the direction of traffic away from South Tunnel Road because of the problems that are there. Our position is pushing it onto a 2-lane residential road is not really a solution to that problem. And we'd ask the city council as our elected officials to really look, with the help of the transportation team, at the findings of NCDOT and see whether we can't find some accommodation. What Seritage has promised to do, although we can't get it into the documents at this stage, is they promised to put signage on their property telling people that exit is this way so that they will use the primary areas. But they could have also made it more difficult for the people parking in front who are coming in and off of South Tunnel Road to get back onto Brackettown Road as the secret back route to get out. They have elected not to do that, so that's a possible improvement that they can make. Our next issue is mechanical equipment noise. We are concerned, because you can see from these drawings that these buildings are fairly close to residences in Kenilworth Forest. There's going to be mechanical air handling units on the top of these buildings. They're going to make noise, and they stand 60 or 70 feet above these properties, and that noise is going to come right down on a day in, day out continuous basis. And our objective is not to end up with the same situation here that we now face in Kenilworth with Mission Hospital. We've asked Seritage to consider putting sound blocking material. I have connected them with a consultant that specializes in this kind of sound blocking wall, because if they would just move the sound to the south and the east, it would travel over the top of the existing mall where there are no pedestrians and no residences. They have said they haven't picked the mechanical equipment yet.
but they will not at this point commit to that. And we would ask that if this is approved, that there be a condition that states that they would redirect that sound. Otherwise, we'll end up back in the noise appeal board, and we'll be going through that at that point in time, and we'll be fighting without an ordinance that actually gives us a measurable, appropriate sound problem at where we are. Trees and green buffer. I have to give kudos to Seritage. They've been upfront with us on willingness to put a security fence in the green buffer. We have negotiated that. They showed us samples. We picked a certain kind of opaque fence. We already have a problem and have had a historical problem in Kenilworth Forest with shoplifters leaving the mall property and climbing under the 5-foot chain link fence that's at the top of the berm that separates our property. So we're really looking for more security and to keep that problem abated, and they have agreed to do that. They've also agreed to make sure that the measurement of the 30-foot buffer is a horizontal measurement from our property line rather than down the slope. And that makes for a good green buffer, so we like that a lot. In trying to find out how we could abate light and sound in our neighborhood, we thought that trees in the green buffer could maybe help, even though there's kind of a berm between our property and there. After consulting with an expert yesterday who may speak after this, it's not the trees in that buffer that are going to help us in the long term. It's the trees in the ordinance required islands in the rear parking that will create a canopy that will cease to cause bouncing sound off of the pavement that bounces up and over our property, bounces off Kenilworth Lake, and ends up in Kenilworth. Kenilworth residents will tell you they hear squealing tires from the mall parking lot more than a mile away. My understanding in the recent submission is that these islands are not included in the current plan, and we would ask the city to revisit that and make those islands be part of the plan to help us out. And last, this has been talked about ad nauseum. We've agreed to disagree with Seritage right from the very beginning about the height. We are happy that they brought it down from 104 feet to 92, but we still feel that it is the obligation of the city council to enforce the ordinances as they're written, and 80 feet would, with the space that they have, would still allow them to build an apartment complex that could meet and fulfill their commercial needs. With that, if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Okay, so sound mitigation, internal signage indicating exits, and parking islands to be included with tree plantings.
Especially in the rear parking lot as sight and sound abatement.
Did I miss the first? Was there one before the sound?
Traffic. Anything we can do to continue not routing traffic to Brackettown Road.
In addition to the internal signage indicating exits, was there another thought about that?
They could not provide access to Brackettown Road from the front parking area. That would constrain Brackettown Road to be rear access only, which gets in and out of the parking garage for all of their residents. That would, I'm sure that they would have heartburn with that, but that is
well,
the
and I'm
only
wondering
other
about
thing
our fire code requirements too. We'd have to look at that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Okay, that's
All right.
helpful. Very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone else wishing to speak on this item who did not already waive their time?
Don't say it. They have red on.
I was gonna- Oh, no.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. You haven't heard from me in a long time, which I'm sure you're happy. The Coalition of Asheville
So say your name just for-
I'm Barbara Melton from Coalition of Asheville Neighborhoods, but I'm also on the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, Affordable Housing, and Hall Creek Board member. We have had this discussion for quite some time about the height of the building. I have no problem with this project, and I'm glad they're going to do something with the old Sears store. But you're fixing to set a precedence, and frankly, neighborhoods feel like there's been too many variances granted by city council to out-of-state developers and to developers in general. You've got to realize that you've got a view shed from the Blue Ridge Parkway where this 102-foot building, instead of 92 with the mechanicals on top, is going to look like a bandaged finger from Blue Ridge Parkway, 240, US 70, and you're going to set a precedence for Tunnel Road we don't need. We don't feel like that we're putting any problems on the developer because there's plenty of land there for them to build shorter buildings. And we don't need this. We are a tourist destination. I also interface with tourists weekly, and they don't want to see tall buildings. They want to see the mountains, and they want to see beautiful buildings, and I think this would certainly apply to that. But please, for heaven's sakes, do not grant another variance, because it gets to the point where the neighborhoods feel like people who live here and pay taxes and are here 24/7, 365 days a year are ignored and say, oh, it'll fix itself eventually. That doesn't happen as per our infrastructure. So our meetings with people from all over the city of Asheville, and I'm sure you've gotten letters and emails from a lot that don't even live on the east side of town. But we've met regularly with neighborhoods all up the Tunnel Road side in East Asheville, and we beg you, please, let's leave this at 80 feet. It's there in the ordinances for a reason, and that reason is not to make us look like New York City, which we are not, thank you, Lord.
Yeah, Dave, there was someone back there, a lady, and then you can be next. Sorry. Just pull that, yeah.
Thank you for letting me speak. Before I forget, one of the most memorable comments at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting was, "This is a green life moment." And I think that this really is.
State your name.
Claire Payne. I live in Kenilworth Forest, and I'm asking you to not approve this heritage development because it would completely overwhelm our neighborhood. The size of the project, the noise and light pollution, the residents looking for natural areas to recreate in because they've been living in concrete primarily. And the traffic that would restrict access to our neighborhood. We only have that one way in and out, which is very difficult. I don't believe our neighborhood received a fair treatment at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I feel that the chair was dismissive and condescending and about our concerns about traffic and height, and she really was very supportive of the development and even encouraged them, her commissioners, the commissioners, to provide wiggle room on the buffer, which I really feel is inadequate already. She even compared the development. She wanted them to push it out to make it more like Los Angeles or Denver. And I don't think anybody here except the developers want us to be like Denver or Los Angeles. And while I like Mr. Oates very much personally, I feel like his presentation about traffic was inaccurate because at one point in the meeting, he stated that the entrance for Seritage would come on Brackettown Road to prevent traffic from backing up on South Tunnel. But later in the meeting, he said that the traffic would not impact White Pine Drive and Brackettown. So those are contradictory statements. So I think that at one point in the meeting, when the chair of Planning and Zoning, she asked a question of Seritage, could a big box store move into this area without making any concessions? And a Seritage representative said yes. I feel like she asked that question, not because she didn't already know the answer, but to warn us that we should embrace the Seritage development. And I think that was really unfair and inappropriate. Don't sacrifice our neighborhood to Seritage. There are other commercial areas that are available, and a lot of us who live in this neighborhood could not afford to buy another property in Asheville. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Dave, sorry.
I'm Dave Nutter, a citizen of Asheville and a professional city planner. I would like to recommend that the City Council approve the conditional zoning for 1 South Tunnel Road this evening. I have read the staff report, especially the part about pros and cons, and understand the recommendation for approval made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. I walk in the mall in cold weather, and I am very familiar with it. I believe there are 2 forms of planning in the United States: long-range comprehensive planning and short-term current planning, and that both forms are necessary for the life of communities, even if sometimes in conflict. I think this is such a case. I note that the staff report finds that the proposal provides a mix of uses at a strategic location, aligns with the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan, provides higher density residential and buildings, and improves bicycle and pedestrian access. What it does not do is orient buildings to the primary corridor, Tunnel Road, in a more urbanistic fashion. I believe there is an important difference between zoning and redevelopment, which sometimes baffles us. I do not believe that the zoning power should be seen as sufficient to achieve major, large-scale, and extremely costly redevelopment changes in the short term. To me, the proposal offers the community very valuable improvements to the Asheville Mall, which is beginning to show weaknesses. I recommend that the best response to these conditions will be for these improvements to occur now. Please approve this conditional zoning request. If additional design improvements can be negotiated with the developer now, I think they should be. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And then Mike, you'll be next.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sharon Summerall. I am on the Tree Commission. I manage the Asheville Market, which is across the street from the mall, and I live on Bowcatcher, and out my window I happen to look out at the mall. So I think it's a good plan. It has good aspects to it. I mean, anybody that lives here knows that we need some help over there. The thing that distresses me is the lack of trees that are required per the ordinances for a development of this size that they couldn't manage to get in for whatever reason they couldn't. And I would say it's over a couple hundred trees. The parking lot islands would help reduce the glare, the sound, and you know we all need our urban trees, that's just obvious. I've been following this plan, and tonight was the first time I heard about the dog park and the path. As a retired landscape contractor, my concern is that we have a one-to-one slope that they're calling a buffer in the back. There are very old white pines on there that are just hanging in there. I mean, they're just like, if you look at them, they're all roots and they're all trees. There is no planting that can go on there. When I went and drove around and took a real hard look, maybe you can get 4 trees in there without destroying the integrity of what's already there, without building retaining walls, backfilling, and adding some kind of buffer to that, because there's no planting, no soil, nothing that's going to be able to sustain life, green life anyway. So when I heard him say a path, I thought, gosh, I hope they don't put a path through that because they'll kill all those trees trying to grade and put them up. So I was kind of shocked to hear we were getting a dog park and a path, and that must have happened yesterday, I would suppose. But I think it's workable, and I think it's doable. I just think there's concessions on both sides, and I think it's going to be too tall, only because when I look down on it, I'd like to see something flat and a little lower. So thank you for the consideration.
Okay, Mike. Mike? Yeah.
My name is Mike Lewis. I live about 5 miles from the mall. But Asheville is, I can't think of any place else in the world I'd rather live. And it was good tonight to maybe see some light at the end of the tunnel road in that the government of the city of Asheville is finally beginning to come around to enforcing its own regulations. It's good to recycle vacant properties. There are a lot of them around here. But this is the same old story I've heard for 25 years, ever since I appeared before City Council or Planning and Zoning Commission. Developer comes to town or is in town and wants to build a project, but he or she doesn't want to conform to the rules. And more often than not, my experience, they haven't been required to do so. This project would give us a lot of tax revenue. My taxes went up this year. I'd like to see some more support in that area. But are we to sacrifice our urban environment for revenue? Are we that desperate? Are we that unprincipled? Are we that easily bought? Revenue from this project will not reside in Asheville. It'll go out of Asheville. And this project, as it's stated, does not conform to UDO or current plans and projections as far as height, square footage, buffering and landscaping, pedestrian access, and traffic flow. And it seems that the DOT people, or I'm sorry, the NC DOT people say, well, you know, there haven't been any wrecks at Bracketttown Road, Tunnel Road, White Pine Drive. That's what they said about the Challenger space shuttle for launch after launch until, oops, we blew one up. So we're going to wait and sustain a traffic impact before we do anything about controlling the flow of traffic should this project go forward. I hope that you will hold this project at best from the citizen standpoint in abeyance until it comes into compliance with our regulations. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Donald Warren.
You can
okay.
do this. It'll bend all.
My name is Donald Warren. I live in Kenilworth Forest. Being in the medical profession, one of the things that we always keep in mind first is do no harm. And I think in this project here, I think Rick covered very many of the topics that we had concerns with, so I'll try to keep it short and not go over those. But one of the biggest concerns that I have is Kenilworth Forest is a very unique environment. We have a lake there. On that lake, we actually have river otters. We have bald eagles that show up. We have blue herons. It has also created a natural amphitheater. And as you look up from the park, from White Pine Drive, up that hill that is the park, it is just an amphitheater. And the building that's being proposed here and where it's going to be proposed, their equipment is going to be put right at the top of this amphitheater. I can hear the train when it travels down by the Brother Wolf thrift store as if it's in my backyard because it just comes right up the valley. Fortunately, I enjoy that and I find it a wonderful characteristic of Asheville, but I would not consider the constant hum. Looking at the picture, well, actually I have a different one in front of me. You can see they're putting all their HVAC systems on the top of this building. It would seem like a simple solution to that would be to move everything toward Tunnel Road. By doing that, you get it away from that protective berm that was originally actually put in there when the mall was first built, and that's why the mall was put down lower than that. It could also help to serve what you were asking for having more height and density on the property and toward the front, and creating more of the buffer zone and a plaza and a park and a green area in the back intermingled with the parking. I'm sorry, my battery just went dead.
The meeting has been going on for a while.
That's okay. So, I mean, one of my biggest concerns is noise. Another concern is mine, when we have any kind of weather events, I actually have to park my vehicles in the mall parking lot because I cannot come down that hill. With Brackettown Road there, as was mentioned, it often turns into a sheet of ice because of all the pine trees there. So trying to stop for traffic coming in, I would think at least that Brackettown Road could be made just an entrance and not an exit and an entrance. That could help alleviate a lot of the traffic going in and out of that and keep that over by the Tunnel Road. And again, I understand Seritage, they have sort of a cookie cutter projects that they come up with that try to fit everywhere. Just to make this super quick, I understand that concept, but a pig was mentioned before. I would hope that the cookie cutter is not a pig, that the cookie cutter shape is a flower, and that we can work with them with some minor adjustments to make that happen. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, sir, you're next, right? I think you wanted to speak next. No, you, come on. Next.
Mayor, council members, welcome to our new city manager. My name is Sara Yakira. I am a resident of Kenilworth Forest and a realtor. And I have some major, major concerns which have been covered. Rick did a beautiful job with that. The representative from Seritage said that it's great, not perfect, and it's great for the city and for the people of Asheville, but not for the people of Kenilworth Forest. Again, the traffic is, I think, the biggest challenge for us, and maybe I'm being selfish, but I live there. And I can only think that prospective buyers are going to come to see a property on White Pine Drive and not be able to get in or out of the neighborhood. What is that going to do to property values? I mean, I'm really serious about this. Even now, there are times we cannot get in and out. I've heard a couple of things this evening that are news, as we all have. One is, I think, a proposed sidewalk on Brackettown Road. Well, that would help us because then we could actually walk to our new walkable neighborhood, right? That would be really nice because that's pretty dangerous right now. I also just heard another idea because, you know, my personal feeling is Brackettown Road should just be shut. And I don't think that's going to fly. Rick backed down from that, other people backed down from that in terms of going for compromise. But I just heard the idea from the previous gentleman of making it one way, that you can come into the project through there but not exit. And that would really, really, really relieve the traffic problem. Again, we are a 3/4 of a mile dead-end road. It is the only road in and out. I also heard the idea from staff, thank you very much, that I wasn't aware of reversing the project so it fits, you know, the town village model more and putting the buildings in the front as opposed to in the back, the tall buildings. I think that would mitigate quite a few of the problems in terms of light and sound and noise pollution if in fact they were that much further away. So I know that council is talking about can Seritage perhaps come back with a different model. I think that would be really helpful. The traffic study as it was done was really woefully inadequate, and I really strongly, strongly advocate for our neighborhood and our ability to get in and get out, to be in our homes and be away. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So my name is David Corbin. I'm a resident of Kenilworth Forest. A couple of things kind of surfaced at the Planning and Zoning Commission, one of which was that Brackentown Road would be the primary entrance and egress for that area. And it was also discussed at the Planning and Zoning Commission that the main entrance off of Tunnel Road that comes in, before you get to the existing building, the Sears building there's a stop sign. And that stop sign would need to be removed for fear that traffic would back up all the way to Tunnel Road. Well, to me, it seems a little inconsistent that it's a problem for traffic coming in when you have a longer length of road than you do at White Pine Drive, where Brackentown funnels into. You got that very short piece. So you got the primary entrance and egress being Brackentown Road to White Pine, and you have this concern that sits on the other side. There's an inconsistency there. So, you know, I really feel strongly, like my neighbors here, that the traffic is really the main concern that we have. Making Brackentown Road an entrance only would, I think, eliminate that issue, that concern for us. So the one other thing that I did want to state was I was also a little bit put off by the head of the Planning and Zoning Commission in that she did not know that our neighborhood was a one entrance in, one entrance out neighborhood. She found that hard to believe, which to me said that she never looked even at a map to see what our neighborhood looks like. And for somebody on the Planning and Zoning Commission to not even, you know, take any interest whatsoever in the state of affairs for the neighbors, I thought was poor. So I think that was about all I had to say. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir.
I did have one more thing, real quick. The number of units is 200 units. The number of houses in our neighborhood is 100. We're going to triple to quadruple the amount of traffic coming out of there onto White Pine Drive, given that's the primary egress. And also, the study, I don't believe, included the fact that there's all these theaters that we'll be letting out at the same time. And all that traffic that's coming out, you know, at one time is going to be like Christmas every day, 9 times a day. And if you live in White Pine, if you live in Kenilworth Forest, you don't go out of your house around Christmas time because you can't get out of the neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Errol Stone. I live in Kenilworth Forest. I just have one point with regard to White Pine Drive. If you're going into White Pine Drive from Tunnel Road, you can also make a left-hand turn and go into Cookout. So there's only 5 car lengths between White Pine Drive and Brackentown Road, but in between those 5 car lengths, you have cars coming up White Pine Drive and trying to make a left to go into Cookout, and conversely, you have cars coming out of Cookout that block 2 ways. First, if they're going to just go straight and turn right and go west, east on White Pine Drive, or if they have to cross another lane to make a left to go downtown, to go west on White Pine Drive. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, anybody else who hasn't already waived their time? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this. You know, I think we've already heard 3 council members be in general supportive of the project, but at this very moment in time concerned about the fact that the staff is not yet able to support it, and in favor of giving this some more time to get it right. And maybe we can hear from some other folks about where they are. You look like you want to say something.
Yes, I have questions for the gentleman representing the developer that I did not have earlier.
Okay, go ahead. Let's let him get up here.
It might take a little time, so.
Good evening.
And what's your name again? Forgive me because I totally forgot. I'm
No, not at
sorry.
all. Paul Dorelli.
Mr. Dorelli. As you can see, Mr. Dorelli, we have members of our community who are very passionate about what they believe in as it pertains to their community and how they want to live their life in their community. I think you probably, I don't know how many of these have you done? How many of these have you done around the country?
We've got 70 projects under various stages of development now. So I have not personally attended 70 public hearings, but I do have a long career as a land use attorney before that, so I've done a lot as third-party representative.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to answer some of my questions. They may get a little bit in-depth, but I think they're very important to myself and maybe some others in the community. The folks who came up and spoke, you all did a very good job at articulating your passion and views on what you want to see from this project. You're here, you're in the room, you're present. That's what these folks do. I think it's my job to also represent folks that aren't here. So with that being said, it looks like, we're going to be asking you to possibly go back to the drawing board on some things, maybe some of these concerns. My concern is the affordable housing aspect of it. It's at 10% for 20, help me out here, 20 years?
21 units over
all right,
a 20-year
and it's
period.
80% AMI?
Correct.
Okay. I would sincerely like to see 40% of the units affordable at 60% AMI for 30 years. You can talk.
I'm not the one with the authority to make that commitment. I hear what you're asking, and I will. If it sounds like the direction that I see the tea leaves going, and we're going to have some additional analysis, I will certainly take that under consideration to the folks in the organization.
And in your opinion, do you feel that's doable? I know you can't speak for executives, but in your opinion.
I think it will be challenged, and I think it will go beyond just our own decision. I think the mall will play a factor in that because they do have approval rights over the project, and in my experience, there may be some pushback to that. So.
And you're only thinking the challenge might be just the mall, possibly?
That would probably be
from your perspective. I'm not asking you to speak for everybody else.
Yeah, I can't speak I can't speak for the company on that. I can say I socialized up our executive chain, the commitment for the 10% at 80, and I got consent for that. So I have not had deeper discussion on that.
Okay.
So I would be remiss to say I have an informed opinion on that.
And
just as I wouldn't speak for the mall, but I know I won't speak for the mall, but I do know that there has been concern in other circumstances with an overabundance of affordable housing on commercial properties. So it's
overabundance of affordable housing on commercial property. Okay. You mentioned earlier your chairman. Who is the chairman of your company?
Our chairman is Eddie Lampert.
Okay. And so the Sears property that closed down, wasn't he the chairman of Sears too?
Yes, sir.
Is he still in that capacity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's the chairman of Sears, and he's the chairman of, how do you say it?
Seritage, yes.
Seritage.
Two separate companies.
Okay. So Sears is connected with Kmart, right?
Sears Holdings Corporation.
And I don't know, so I'm trying to make sure I got it correct.
Yeah, Sears Holdings Corporation owned Sears and Kmart in a single entity.
Okay. We've recently had some stores shut down here. So our Kmart stores are shutting down and people are losing jobs. I don't know how that's going to affect their home life, if they're going to be able to afford rent where they are, but they're going to need jobs. And the Sears Holdings company that also has dealings with Kmart, the average pay for Sears was about $9.79 an hour. That's on average. Now that's not even a living wage in the city of Asheville. And it come to find out, so we've got this company that actually owned well, let me back up. Your company didn't actually own the Sears. The chairman of your company was the chairman of Sears Holdings, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in his dealings in that capacity, he had something to do with the Sears closing down and people losing their jobs?
I can't opine as to
That's fine. We can all Google it. What about the Kmart's here that people are losing their jobs in?
I can't opine as to any
Okay.
of Sears' business strategy. Sears is a tenant.
I understand.
Was a tenant in the space before
Let me
this.
ask you one that you might be able to answer. How many properties have y'all acquired?
We bought 235 sites from Sears Holdings.
You bought 235 from Sears Holdings?
Correct.
Who negotiated that? Was it the chairman? Well, same
Again,
person,
I can't
guess, right?
opine on the business strategy.
I understand. Sears employed over 50,000 people across the country that lost their jobs. And you're coming here, and not you, and I don't want to, I'm not taking this out on you, and I'm not taking it out on anybody. My concern is this community. I don't know what Seritage is doing all across the country in their developments, but I do know that you all have at least $1 billion in cash assets to develop properties around the country. I also know that the properties that you acquired through your basic knowledge here that you've given to us is through Sears, which the chairman of your company is also the chairman of Sears. I don't think it's far-fetched to ask you to be able to provide affordable housing on the same spot that you've taken jobs away from people and didn't even pay a living wage to. And I'm not necessarily sure what an abundance of affordable housing on commercial properties are, but I think that's a very good thing. I really want to commend the folks that came out here and spoke about their things that make their quality of life better, buffering and landscaping and trees and traffic. Those are things that are important to you. But as we can see in this community, we have folks who have lost their jobs to the same exact company that wants us to cheer and jump up and down that they're going to redevelop our property, and they fired everybody. I mean, it's empty. And we got all the Sears. I mean, all the Kmart's. They're going to be empty too for a second here. And those folks don't have jobs, but they got to have somewhere to live, and you didn't even pay them a living wage. And I'm not talking about you, but the chairman of that company is the same chairman that is over the Sears Holdings. And he basically engineered a gutting of a company to make profit off of. So I'm sincerely asking in an earnest and honest way that when you go back to whoever it is that makes the decisions, I'll be more than happy to approve this project with my vote. I can't speak for everybody else, but I want to see 40% affordable housing at 60% AMI for 30 years, because the money that your company has to actually make this work, I can't speak to the numbers, but it looks like it's there. And I can't speak for what's going on in any other community around the country, but I care about this community. And whatever it needs to do to make it work here, and you haven't been all around the country at all these different communities, but whatever it takes to make it work here, I would like to see a real honest come back to this council and give us something really good to take away other than 10%. Especially after people have lost their jobs in this community. And nobody talked about that. I don't even know if anybody knew about that, but that is very important. People are going to talk about what they know and what's close to them, and it's our job to talk about the other aspects that people may not know, the other research aspects. So,
All right, folks. So we have this annoying rule against clapping, so sorry.
but I will say this, again, don't take it personal. It's not personal.
Fair enough.
But I will ask you to take that back to those who do make
I will respectfully take that back, Councilman, and have the conversation. I will only like to point out that, we are going to be, while Sears did unfortunately close in this location, I would like to point out, we are going to be bringing back jobs. There'll be retail jobs put back on the site, and
So now
hopefully
you know
that will
about
be.
Sears?
Hopefully that will be.
You didn't know about Sears a few minutes ago.
I didn't know about Sears what?
Your Kmart's or whatever. You were talking about you couldn't answer those questions, but I'll listen to you.
I'm
now.
talking about, there was a Sears that closed on this location. We're talking about this location in this city. We are bringing jobs back on this very site if we were able to redevelop this project here. So we're not, what we do as a development company is come in and take underperforming assets like that existing closed Sears box, and we are creating jobs on the site in a better environment. So I can't, I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that what we are doing through our real estate development efforts will create jobs on the site.
Creating jobs that Sears got rid of. Sears, well, it's hard to keep up with because it's the chairman of one place is the chairman of another place, and you're creating jobs that you got rid of, and we're supposed to cheer that somehow. I don't understand that, but
I'm not saying you have to cheer it. I'm
well,
just
it
saying
sounds that way. It kind of sounds like you.
Okay. I think the point has been made, and I appreciate that. And I think, I just want to make sure we don't have any other council members that have questions of the developer or any other, and I see Lou gesturing back there.
I would like to move to, if I could respectfully request that we would continue this to have us some additional conversation around the topic and come back next month.
So, yeah, the preference would be to a date certain, so it's not needed to be renoticed. Do we have a date, Maggie?
Are you looking at for a month or 2 months?
I would say a month.
That'd be April 23.
So I'd move to continue this.
Wait, hold on, Maggie's, she doesn't like me.
March 12th, that would be actually, a month would be April 9.
Kathy, do you, okay, we're going for the later April date. The 21st?
23rd? April 23rd.
Okay, we have a motion to
Yeah, I
move
moved
it.
it.
I do need to let you know that also on that day, we possibly might have to plan our new building public hearing.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Exactly. We got nothing. That's okay. So I'd move to continue this to April 23rd.
Second.
We have a second. All right, we have a motion and a second to continue it to April 23rd. Is there anyone wishing to comment on the motion to continue this matter to April 23rd? Okay. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight.
That concludes our public hearings agenda. The next item on our agenda is just the boards and commissions. I mean, very important, boards and commissions. I meant just in the sense that it's short. But let's, if you all could take your conversation out into the hall.
That's what I meant. Sure you did.
I meant short.
No, we aren't. How many people have signed up? No, we. If you could move your conversation out so that we can continue the meeting. If you could move your conversation out in the hallway so that we can continue the meeting, it'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, I'm going to go ahead because this is usually the time when the mayor says, take it over. Okay, so we are now moving into the boards and commissions portion of this. So for the Asheville City Board of Education, we had 7 respondents who filled out the questionnaires and did an application. And as you know, we've got 3 appointments. So I would propose that we interview all 7 of the candidates, and we do that on, I had that someplace, at the next meeting, March 26th at 9:45. And each of it was at 10 o'clock, and we had to move it because there's council members have some things at noon. So at 9:45, and it will be 15 minutes for each candidate. I don't think I need a vote on that, but if you all would. Does anyone need me to read out the list of the 7? Because some people dropped out. I'll read it just quick. So Shonda Sanford, Scott Powell, Pepe Acebo, Melissa Cletus, James Carter, John Mascani, and Martha Geithner. So we'll interview all 7 of those.
Can I just ask that somebody change the calendar appointments on our calendars? Because right now it says 10. Great, thanks.
Okay, so for the Board of Electrical Examiners, I, for one, am completely delighted to not re-advertise for this one, because I think this has been going on for a little while. So we had a citizen who came forward, Roger Vaught, and I would wholeheartedly recommend that we appoint Roger Vaught to the Electrical Engineers Board. And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. Great. Yeah, woo-hoo. Never say that again for another year. For the Citizens Police Advisory Committee, we are looking for a member of that committee that is living in public housing. We did not get an application for that, so we will need to re-advertise that. For the Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee, the Boards and Commission Committee recommends that we appoint Jim Hardy. And I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Jim, Brian. Yeah. Human Relations Commission, we have two openings, and the Boards and Commissions group would recommend that we appoint Nicole Townsend and Ingrid Kalwitz.
Second.
And I have a second from Brian.
And can I just, you guys have done the math on the
Yes,
balances, right?
so
Okay. But that's
right
fine.
now we are underrepresented in the recommendation on the Latinx, I guess, appointment, and Ingrid would help with that. It gets us a little bit farther to our goal, or further to our goal. So I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And for the Recreation Boards, the Boards and Commissions Committee recommends the appointment of Lucius Wilson.
Second.
And I have a second from Brian. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Since the mayor's not here, I'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Maggie, I don't know. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, hold on. I've got one person. Sarah Benoit. And you know the drill, right, Sarah? 3 minutes.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
good. Okay, thank you.
So thank you all for letting me be here tonight. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I'd like to just show up here tonight in solidarity with my friends and neighbors and colleagues who have come repeatedly to talk about the fact that the city has not stepped forward to fight the change in our elections from an at-large voting system to the separate districts imposed by the state. I feel the reasons to fight this are pretty clear. Over 70% of our voters want the city to say no to this change. Greensboro and Wake County have fought this same attempt at gerrymandering and won. And I feel we really must protect marginalized and underrepresented groups and communities from unfair elections and laws that our state is becoming infamous for. I feel many of us voted for one or more of you, not just because we wanted you to stand up for Asheville, but because we wanted you to stand up for North Carolina to become a place where equity and where there is more equity and where every North Carolinian has a voice. As a small business owner, I travel around the country, and it hurts my heart that after 20 years of living here, the state I called home and have called home for a long time is basically known for homophobia, transphobia, racism. When I traveled outside of the country over the last 2 years, where also I had the pleasure of being in Europe while the BBC reported that North Carolina is now considered a pseudo-democracy because of the way that we have gerrymandered our voting districts. It makes me, like I said, feel heartbroken that this is where we're going. It feels like we're going backwards instead of forwards. And as somebody who spends a lot of time getting people to register to vote to support the issues that I care about most, many people in our state feel voting is useless. They feel the system is rigged. And I feel by doing nothing to stand up against the state, we empower a system that continues to disenfranchise people and to essentially dismantle democracy in a pretty painful way for some people. So I just really want to urge all of you to consider the costs of not taking action around this and not standing up to the state. I think our community came out, and they don't come out very often, with such a huge response to say we want you to say no to this. We came out, like I said, over 70% of us voted for this, and I feel it's really important that we do what the community asked. And we stand up to the state of North Carolina and tell them that they're not allowed to take away the power that people have to make change inside of their communities. So I really appreciate your time tonight, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? That's all we have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on an item not on the agenda? Either of you two ladies?
I am Libby Kyles. I just want to say a couple of brief things. First, thank you. Looking at the room, you can see where people's interests lie. And it generally is not with the minority of Asheville. And so I want to say thank you for both pointing out today where the priorities seem to lie in Asheville. And I want to challenge all of our other members to speak up and speak out when situations like this occur. You are talking about the school board next, and the room is empty. We're talking about a place that has the highest achievement gap, and the room is empty. There is a problem here, and if we don't start addressing it, stop using these buzzwords, equity, and start doing the work, we are losing generations of African American children. And something needs to be done, and it needs to be done now. I don't know what that means. If it's creating a special commission, I don't really care what it has to do, but something has to be done. We cannot keep holding these bi-weekly meetings for Asheville City, monthly meetings for the Board of Education, bi-weekly for the commission, and nothing is changing. So, I implore you to do a better job. If not for you and yours, but for me and mine, because we are suffering at an alarming rate. And I've been sitting here for 4 hours while my child sits with someone else just so I can have that input.
We appreciate it, Libby.
Thanks, Libby.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you? My name is Bryn Estelle. I work primarily with transmission in an organizing capacity, serving our local non-binary and transgender community in Montgomery County and beyond. Members of our community often ask, why does the city seem so reluctant to fight Raleigh? Lately, among my various cohorts, the question of why our city doesn't seem to care to fight the General Assembly's redistricting plan is when asked with increasing frequency and fervor. The cynical explanation is that some portion of council must see themselves as benefiting in some small ways from the plan's unchallenged implementation. And so the well-established will of Ashevilleans has been dismissed, apparently, in favor of some perceived benefit. And whatever the actual explanation is, the reality is that every month that goes by that we find ourselves still asking these questions is another month in which it becomes more difficult to argue with the more cynical explanation. Thank you all so much for your time. Have a lovely night and take care.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda? Nope. Okay. Then we are adjourned.